certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, good morning. Do I have a wild show for you today? Oh, there he is. We have, it's going to be a very good one today. Plenty to discuss, plenty to talk about, plenty of things to feel about. We'll make you have feelings today. If you don't want to have feelings, I apologize. Welcome to new Steel Toe fan Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. That was fucking wild to find out about. I'm reading the old Kiwi Farms yesterday, and I find out that Anna Kasparian was on a podcast this weekend or last week sometime, and she was just quoting and ripping off like all the drama, all the stuff that's been going on the last however many months, and she called it her guilty pleasure. Okay. So welcome to Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks, who, by the way,
did she mention you or the show?
Yeah, she sure did. Not in the best light, but I mean, she didn't like shit on us or anything, but like she just mentioned some unfortunate things that had occurred, but she's more like she was talking about Kiwi Farms, and she's talking about how she loves following all this, like. I didn't have Anna Kasparian on the bingo card this year. But here she is. And may I say, we have been saying a lot of nice things about Anna Kasparian, her kind of transformation. I don't think Anna's been transforming to like some right winger or anything like that, but I think she's become a very sensible, like liberal type person. Like,
she's become more bearable.
Well, she's one of these people who she's not just blindly on her side, you know?
Yeah.
She sees certain things. Like, I think one of the things that, and I think she's toning this down because she's on the Young Turks. She seems kind of J.K. Rowling-ish on like biological men in women's locker rooms and biological men.
Imagine that. A woman
sports.
Doesn't like the idea of men being able to just go in their locker room.
Right, exactly. So we've been very nice to her lately. I still think that Alex Jones clip with the Young Turks is one of the funniest fucking things in internet history. I think it's great. But I found I'm reading the Farms last night before bed, and bed was like 9:30, 9:45 yesterday. It was early. I fell asleep in my chair watching Better Call Saul. And I go on Kiwi Farms, and there they are. They're like, holy shit, this is like Anna Kasparian's jam right now. And I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if like my life, like I get my life together, everything turns out fucking roses over here, and I'm like, and then like a year down the road, I'm like, you know who I owe this all to?
Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, not SP, not my therapist, not anything like that. You know, not Todd, not, the show, nothing like that. Not my audience. I owe it all to Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. God bless. That I straightened it out for her. You want to be a stepmom? No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
You like Vegas?
Yeah.
You like Vegas, Anna? How do you feel about Eric Church?
I got some questions.
Can I take you to church?
That fucking Thomas
Take
Rhett
you to
song.
church song?
That Thomas Rhett song is my jam, man. I was singing that all weekend. I was trying not to, you like a song, you try not to play it around people too much.
Mm-hmm.
I played it once a hangout. That was it. I played it once a hangout, and that was all. But my daughter, my oldest, is on the same page on the Thomas Rhett Take Me to Church song. It was not on our karaoke app this weekend, so when we did karaoke on Friday, it was not there. But that's okay. That's okay.
It'll be there next week.
It'll be there before karaoke season is over. And karaoke season is over when it's too cold. So we got about the month of September for karaoke season.
So you can't do karaoke in the winter?
You can, but you got to bring everything inside. And it's like we have a smaller karaoke thing for inside. Like the setup we have for outside is like a big ass speaker and an amp and a big TV and all this other stuff. So we'll probably go to the smaller setup for the winter time. I mean, you don't know this. You're not a karaoke enthusiast, but you have to, you got to go to scale,
Right.
If you're outside and you're in the garage and the doors can be open, you can go with the louder setup. If you're indoors, got to quiet it down a little bit. I mean, for God's sake.
Neighbors are going to be so happy when it gets cold. Like,
right?
Finally. They're done doing that goddamn karaoke shit.
Yeah, you got to bring it inside, and you can't scare the dog. You got to be mindful of the dog.
Won't have to chase off any more random groups of Asian people showing up to partake.
I welcome them with open arms.
They are amazing at karaoke. It's like a national pastime for them.
Hey, before you say shit like that, you know what I want you to think in your own head?
What's that?
How would Anna Kasparian see this? You know what I want you to think every time you open your mouth and say something and degrade the Asian people? I want you to ask, is it worth showing up on the Young Turks today? Do I want to show up on the Young Turks? Do I want Cenk Uygur going, this guy's a racist? This guy's a racist. He doesn't like Asian people. This is what Republicans are. This is what Trump's going to turn the country into. But he can't do that. You know what, though? You might be safe on a progressive show because you're crippled.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anna, if you don't know, Johnny has multiple sclerosis, so anything he says, even if it's like Nazi adjacent, you can't attack him.
I can't get out of this egg, even to shit.
Yeah, he's a vulnerable adult. Wait, no, you don't. Are you?
Technically.
Are you really?
I mean, technically, yeah. I have mental deficiencies. My immune system's compromised.
I always think of like
wannabe.
I always think of like TBI people.
Oh,
as vulnerable.
Not that
adults.
bad yet.
I gotta stop looking at the screen. I'm starting to like. I'm not liking it. I'm starting to see Beaker a little bit. And I don't want any Beaker jokes, but like I'm looking Beakerish today. Do you like my new shirt? My boys in the
shirt looks interesting.
You like it? My boys in the hood shirt?
Yeah.
I got it at a garage sale this weekend. SP and the kids and I went garage sailing. Found this for $1. This is a $1 garage sale find. My boys in the hood shirt. And then I picked up a pair of American flag swim trunks for $1. I was very excited about that find.
Inflation is real.
Yeah, and then I also found a pair of And One gym shorts for $1. It was a big weekend. That's all I'm saying. Karaoke.
Sounds like you made it out like a freaking bandit.
I really did. I upgraded my wardrobe. I added a great new white T-shirt, and I feel great about it. All in all, man, I had an awesome weekend. I found out Anna Kasparian's a fan. I need to get my shit together for Anna. I found out that, I tell you what, boy, those those A names, they just love me. They just gravitate towards yours truly. Those A names. An Armenian working for the Young Turks. This is like the Dead Rabbits working for Bill the Butcher. What? No, Oh, yeah, no, yeah, no, I see what you mean, Honky. Yeah, because the Young Turks were a group within the Ottoman Empire back in the early 20th century that ended up cheerleading and ultimately kind of spearheading the Armenian genocide, which in the past Cenk Uygur has insisted perhaps never happened. 1 million dead Armenians would beg to differ. Let's get caught up with you guys. Then Johnny's got some stories to tell today. We got some Viking stuff to talk about. You're not going to like this. Johnny's not going to like this. The audience isn't going to like this. John DiCaprio from Win by Two deserves some attaboys today.
Okay.
We're going to give him some attaboys. He did.
About me?
No. It's
then yeah. Then I don't see why I wouldn't like it.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with John by Two.
John by Two.
John by Two.
John by Two. You know what? That's what it is from now on. He's John by Two.
It helps me keep it straight. Otherwise, I misname him.
John from Win by Two. Just shorthanded.
John by Two.
John by Two.
Because I'm retarded.
I was waiting for this. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, you bought used swim trunks? Aaron, please learn a trade. You're beginning to worry me. We can teach you how to make hoagies if you'd like. I washed them. I didn't just go putting them on my nutsack. Jesus Christ. Citizen M says, as I've commented before during this show, Anna Kasparian is bae. See, Citizen M is so happy that Anna Kasparian is watching Steel Toe. He feels like his worlds are coming together.
Good for him. I'm glad he's happy.
MSO says, win by two, watched by none. Of course, that's been kind of the famous slogan. Honky, of course, switching it up a little bit. Win by two, watched by zero. So people have their thoughts, and they are allowed those thoughts.
I think he's watched by more than zero.
Corn Pop with $1.99 starting us off on YouTube today. I say Gutierrez with $2 says Texans and Chargers going to run their AFC divisions. Dude, you're going to give the Chargers the AFC West? The division that Kansas City's in? We're doing that, huh? All right. Slap My Ass Sally becoming a member for their 28th month. Thank you very much for that. A little comment on there. Another win for the toe. Thank you very much. We're starting at an even 300 today. So let's make hay while the sun's shining. You know, if you want to, Johnny's back. Things are getting back to normal. If you want to knock out 300 right off the bat today, I love that idea. I love the idea. Now, the audience hates it because they go, no, if we knock it out early, you're going to mail it in. And never in a million years. We feel comfortable. We feel relaxed. The show goes very well. Oh, you're going to love it. So throw in a couple of bucks, the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo. We're doing great so far. Really just $200 by 8 o'clock. So $200 in the next, or $100 in the next 2 hours. We're looking great. So go ahead, guys. We appreciate your contributions. Become a member. We're doing more members content. We did a 7 o'clock members only show. We also did a Vikings post-game show yesterday. I think I might keep doing that. I want to bring kind of some new, fresh blood into this show.
Right.
Maybe a little less autistic blood might be nice. You know, just
maybe you can stream with your purple FTW guy sometime.
It'd be a dream.
It'd be a dream. Like a co-stream.
A couple of creeps doing a show. I like it. Cocktiff says the second coming of Josh Dobbs is happening. Get your Darnold jersey today. Now look, we won 28-6. I don't want to hear this, it was the Giants shit. Because it could have been the Giants and we could have won 28-20. We could have won 28-26. We didn't. We won 28-6. We fucking crushed them. I mean, we destroyed them. It was not even close from about the second quarter on. It was done. It was well in hand. Sam Darnold looked great. The only reason he didn't have more yards is because we didn't need him to throw. We were up by so much. Aaron Jones looked awesome. Jefferson, great. Addison tweaked the other. He came into the game with an ankle injury, and now he tweaked the other ankle, which is not good. But
so he might just need to take some time off.
I hope not, but we got San Francisco next week. That's going to be a tough one. We're kind of going from one end to the other. The Giants, who might be the worst team in football, to the 49ers, who might be one of the best. So we're going to check it out. We're going to try to be a little tempered. Our enthusiasm is going to try to be a little regulated, but I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited for the start of the season. I'm really pumped about the defense. If Sam Darnold keeps on this track, what are we going to do when it comes to J.J. McCarthy next year? When Sam Darnold goes 17-0 and the Vikings win their first ever Super Bowl in franchise history, what do you do with J.J. McCarthy? It's a question to ask. I believe
you're really planning that already.
I mean, why not? It's what we're on pace to do. I'm just going with the pace. When the pace changes, correct me if
I'm wrong. We've had one game.
Yeah, we're on pace to go 17-0. It's crazy, right? I agree with you. It's wild. Cockdiff says, Deshaun Watson sucks huge black dicks. Don't forget to say allegedly. Deshaun Watson, if the Browns were to cut him right now, they would have $200 million in dead cap money over the next 4 years. $200 million in dead cap money just to cut Deshaun Watson. They literally pay him so much money that they have to play him. No matter how bad he is, no matter how good he is, they have to play Deshaun Watson. Because
they paid too much for him.
And they guaranteed every fucking dime. Every dime of his deal is guaranteed money. The Browns, just being the Browns.
Wait, what if he gets injured though? Like, is there like early contract withdrawal or anything like that? Or
if a guy gets injured and has to retire because of his injury?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I always thought there was some kind of insurance that kicks in and then it doesn't count against your cap anymore if he's retired. But because the contract is guaranteed, I think it might actually still count. I could be wrong. Aaron is back on the Molly, says Cockdiff, 17-0. Look, I mean, shoot till you miss, right? I mean, right now
I would have alleged that because of the shirt, not the...
We're on pace to go 17-0. The pace could change next week. If we beat San Francisco next week, I still have to believe this is a 17-0 team until someone proves me different. Right now, half the teams in the NFL are 17-0 teams.
You've been watching way too much Purple FTW. This sounds something like he'd be like, we're on pace for 17-0, guys. This is the season.
Look, man, I was watching Purple FTW. I was watching him this morning. I was watching him yesterday. But I was watching him yesterday morning before the game. And he did a video like comparing the Vikings roster from last year and which things were a slight upgrade, slight downgrade, huge downgrade, or even. And he went to quarterback, and it went from Kirk Cousins to Sam Darnold. And he goes, well, I'm going to give that a slight downgrade. And I'm like, bro, come on. One of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league the last few years versus Sam fucking Darnold. And we're not calling that a huge downgrade. And then Kirk Cousins bombs yesterday. 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Sam Darnold looks like a stud. And I'm like, holy shit, maybe Purple FTW has something here. I don't know. He's just every position that we downgraded on, he either made even or slight downgrade. And then every position that we made just the most mild improvement was a huge upgrade. So, but yesterday's game kind of proved his predictions wrong. So, I don't know. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, very funny. No, I don't think there's going to be a team up. I don't. Andy's busy. Lord knows I got my own problems. I think Andy and I will just keep doing our own thing for now. But thank you for the suggestion. So, I know I don't want to get too deep into football. I know I don't want to go fucking bananas because everyone will go, why? Why are we doing football? I hope your team won this weekend. If you're frustrated about your team, I'm really sorry that you're a Browns fan. But hopefully things will be looking up. Thank you very much for Chris over on PayPal, starting us off with 15 today. Very nice of you. If those donations keep coming, you know us. We are happy boys. This show runs on listener donations. 285 away from this morning. Thank you very much. Keep going. We appreciate your generosity. There's all the links in the chat. All right, guys. Let's go in. Let's get into some stuff. Like I said, we got to give Win by 2 some attaboys. I actually, oddly enough, want to talk about the Titanic today.
Okay.
People are going back down to the Titanic, but like professionally this time with like real scientific equipment, not a fucking pop can with a PlayStation controller that ends up murdering a bunch of people. They're going back down to the Titanic, and it's really sad, man. They're kind of finding out that in our lifetime, we're going to see it fall apart.
Disappear.
Yeah, collapse into the ocean. which
it's been rusting apart over time. Like, it's just been degrading.
It's science. It's, it's complicated, but it's part of my life.
Everything returns to the earth, man.
Everything returns to the earth. Everything goes back to God. Everything is given back to Mother Nature.
Except plastic.
Right. And we're finding out, though, that we can, like, recycle the fuck out of plastic. I know we've been able to recycle it forever, but, like, now there's this combination gas thing that they're doing that makes new plastic out of old plastic. And, like, theoretically, if this thing works, we'll never need any more plastic.
All right, then.
I don't know if the plastic companies will
that's
ever
really
allow.
That's really gonna put a damper in all those environmentalists. Plastic is evil. We need to get away from plastic bags, plastic straws, and we need recyclable and reusable and renewable resources.
Well, that's the weird thing about, like, all of these groups that, like, protest shit and, like, want things changed is that the minute it looks like their problem could be solved, then they're angry and they don't want the solution to the problem because then they don't get to bitch. It's like people who don't like fossil fuels. They're like, fossil fuels is creating climate change and this and that. And it's like, all right, let's do nuclear energy. No, we can't do nuclear energy. It's like, but it solves like everything you're talking about. Nuclear energy literally checks all those boxes. But what about the spent fuel rods? And that is a good point. And I'm not very smart and I don't know these things. But my answer is just, we'll get some smart people on it. They'll figure it out. Just put some smart guys on it. Shouldn't that be the solution with every really good thing that has a mild problem attached to it should be like, here's a bunch of smart guys who are really good at that stuff. We're going to lock them all in a room, get them some pizzas and some sodas, and they'll have the whole thing figured out.
I don't know, man. Nuclear waste is a little bit different. Like,
right, I understand, but like what I'm saying is I'm not responsible for answering that question. Like when I go, like if an environmentalist is like, we need to get rid of
if you're proposing this solution as the ultimate answer, I feel like you should have the answer for that question.
Right, but I'm talking shit.
Okay.
I'm not a fucking nuclear physicist over here. I'm just a guy talking shit like everyone else is. That's what I don't like about these activists is they act like they're more than talking shit. You're talking shit when you say fossil fuels are destroying the world. It's like, okay, well, split hairs, but we won't because none of us know what the fuck we're talking about. And then I go, well, it sounds like nuclear checks all these boxes. And they're like, well, what about the spent fuel rods? And it's like, oh, God, with the fucking spent fuel rods again. We'll figure it out. You ever have one of those times where you want to go do something and you're 99% sure it's going to work out fine, but someone goes, like, brings up the 1% chance that you're like, oh, I'm going tubing this weekend, and someone goes, oh, there's a mild chance of rain. It's like, fuck you, it's going to be fine. That's what we should do with nuclear energy. It's just go, fuck you, it's going to be fine.
Ghislaine Ayers, though, over on YouTube has a point. Fauci was a smart guy left in a room. Look what that did.
That is a goddamn great point. I cannot refute it. All right, here's the deal. I got that I got a solution to that problem. Ready?
All right.
We're not letting Fauci in. To my nuclear solution.
We're just holding Fauci out.
Yeah.
Fauci's the only one who's not allowed in.
We have a nuclear solution room. I'm just going to put really smart guys who know nuke shit, but also don't want the Chinese to poison us to death. I got to get people like that. I have to find, I need the RFK Jr. of nuclear shit.
Okay.
That's who I need. You know who I need? What's his name? Dr.
Sam Brinton?
No. Oh, give me 1 second. Because
I mean, Sam was doing all right. I mean, some say he was stealing the game or at least people's luggage.
Come on. You know who we need? You know who we're going to have solve this?
Who?
Dr. Leonard Pavel.
Leonard Pavel.
Yeah. We're going to have Dr. Pavel figure it out. He's a nuclear genius. The first person in the chat to know who I'm talking about gets 1 million nerd points. Dr. Pavel. That's who we're going to. Everyone thinks this nuclear physicist guy, Dr. Pavel, died in a plane crash in Uzbekistan. He didn't. He's alive. And he knows how to solve all of this nuclear shit. So we're going to put him on it, Dr. Leonard Pavel, and he's going to KO this whole thing for us. I promise you. Tridio becoming a member for 10 months says spent rods are safe. There's no real waste. Well, there you go.
Well, then we're good.
Yeah, we figured it out. We're done. We've just solved so many. Look at how much time everyone's going to have now that we solved this. There you go. Citizen M says, fuck you, you Bane masked cunt, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor and Citizen M both got it. Dr. Pavel from Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, I didn't.
They were able to put his neck back together from when Bane,
Yeah.
gave the old. I've always wanted to be able to do that. Just kill a guy by cranking on his neck really hard. I mean, I haven't wanted to do it in my life. I've just wanted to have the ability to do that. That looks so cool in movies when guys just go and just murder
I'm
a
now
guy.
worried for my safety.
I don't know. I'd like to practice on something, that
can't run. Yeah,
like a small animal, Practice on,
a small defenseless animal in a wheelchair.
They say that that's fine. They say that if you start by, experimenting on small animals, that never escalates.
Nope, not the first stage of a serial killer at
Right.
all.
So, dude, I'm old. If I start stage 1 now, I'm never going to get to serial killer.
Or at least by the time you do, it's like your life is pretty much over anyway.
Right. Those guys get to serial killer after 25 years of fucking killing small animals. I don't even have a magnifying glass, dude. I'm not going to do anything.
What does a magnifying glass have to do with it?
Isn't that where they start with the ants?
Oh.
They take the magnifying glass and they torture ants? I've never done that. I think I'm in good.
Yeah, I've always just used Roncinol.
You and the guy who ran
The press?
the press bar, yeah.
Yeah. He borrowed mine. I never got it back, the dick.
Someone says, tried to super chat you, but you blocked me. What? I didn't do that. I'm going to go. I didn't block you, Nova. Nova, I'm going to unblock you, and then you're going to resend that $20. Otherwise, I'm going to block you again. That sounds fair, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
If you got the unblocking because, you want to make that donation.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I'll unblock Nova for $20. What the fuck? I'm going to go unblock you, Nova. And then if in the next 25 minutes you don't send that $20, I'm going to block you again. That sounds fair. Oh, man. Let's take a look here. Nova. Fucking hell. I don't see. Oh, there you are. There you go, Nova. Save. All right. Nova, $20 incoming. Expecting it from you. Thank you, sir. Plankton with $4.99 says we have nuclear fuel cycling figured out, but 50-year-old fear-mongering keeps us from doing it. I'm telling you, man, these people who protest against nuclear energy don't want to hear that their problems have been solved because then they don't have a problem to bitch about. That is a huge part of it. Yep. Mild says just block everyone who doesn't send any money. That'd be fun. Bigot on Socialist Media says any unblock request will cost $20. Oh. I mean, you're right. It's something to think about. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, maybe not the best time to talk about murder ideation. In fairness to me, there is no good time to really openly discuss
Talk about murder ideation.
Yeah. Ideation.
Hateration,
holleration in this dancery. All right, guys, we've got, like I said, we've got a great show coming up. I love playing around with you guys. Sounds great. We've also got audio or video from Dave Smith was on Mediaite. Dude, Mediaite has gotten so far left wing in the past 7-8 years since I started using them for content. Mediaite used to be just this aggregate website that went, here's this crazy shit that happened. Here's this crazy interview moment that, what I like to use Mediaite most for is they have a lot of clips from the Sunday morning political talk shows about the election.
Right.
And a lot of people saying wild, crazy shit. And we go over it on the show. They have gotten really far left. Even the way they present their clips have a tilt to it. They did a thing with Dave Smith. You're familiar with Dave Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Aidan McLaughlin from the Press Club with Mediaite was on with Dave Smith, and he just started, Like, he just started pressuring and like pressing Dave Smith on the fact that he talks to Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens. That's the weirdest thing to me in politics. That's like when you want to smear a guy, but he hasn't ever done anything wrong. So you're like,
So
I've seen you
talk to people we don't like.
Yeah. And then they have to do this weird thing where they're like, yeah, I do. And then the person interviewing them kind of does this like, aha, kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, but what did he do? And it's like, well, you talked to that guy. It's like, well, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not catchy. It's not like a flu.
Like, freedom of speech is a thing. We're allowed to like talk and communicate and agree to disagree. Like, actually, the ability to have like social discourse with disagreement is actually fundamental to a peaceful society.
And like, if you look at the things Dave Smith talks about and the stuff Ben Shapiro talks about, they don't agree on everything. But that's not like a prerequisite to them. Like,
Being able to talk.
Yeah, people like Aidan McLaughlin and people like the folks at Mediaite, they have this weird idea that like if you talk to each other, you have to completely agree with each other. And because they think that way, they think everything has to be that way. It's, they call it the media bubble for a reason. So we got that clip coming up. I'm very excited about that. We've got the Tyreek Hill arrest over the weekend. Tyreek Hill, before suiting up to play the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend, was arrested and detained by police for reckless driving in an arrest that included, a knee in the back, fucking 3 cops over top of him while they tried to get him handcuffed, the whole deal. And it happened that morning, and he was still able to get to the field and play on Sunday. It was a pretty wild day for him. We've also got more warnings about the Georgia school shooting suspect from last week because fucking of course we do.
Yep.
I mean, whether it's the Trump assassination attempt or like every school shooting now, I have to go, it's all like planned. Like it's all not I guess conspiracy in the literal sense, but like it just seems like every time this shit happens, I'm going to look like an idiot if I don't say they were all in on it. Because it's either got to be the FBI was in on it or the FBI wants it to happen to try and take away guns, or like we have a criminally negligent, incompetent FBI, Secret Service, school system. Now, the only problem about that is both of those two things are believable.
Well, yeah, both are believable, but either way, in terms of the FBI, I feel like whether it's deliberate or, just ignorance, why are we keeping them? It's just an argument for getting rid of them. Either they suck at their job or they're actively working against us. Either way, why are they still here?
Right. Why are you still here? Either you are criminally negligent at your job or you're
just a criminal.
You know who they are? They're Don from Casino.
Yeah.
That's who they are. It's like, you didn't see yourself getting set up on the second shooting. You didn't see yourself getting set up on the second shooting. If you didn't see yourself getting set up on the second shooting, then either you're too dumb or you were in on it. Either way, you're out. The FBI's like, are you firing me? Am I firing you? No, I'm not firing you. Yeah, I'm firing you. Then the CIA comes up to your office and they go, I thought I could maybe see about you changing your mind about the old FBI here. I can't. I'm sorry, but they're incompetent. Oh, you got me there. Oh, that old FBI is as useless as tits on a boar. But I was wondering if maybe you couldn't find something for them maybe further on down the trough. Sorry. Some might accuse me of maybe seeing that movie a little too much.
Why?
See, I do things like that, and now in the last 12 hours, you know what I've started thinking?
What?
Would Anna Kasparian have liked that?
You really wanna impress Anna Kasparian.
More than you know. More than you could ever think. I found out that she's following everything. Here's what I want to do. I want to take people who have a preconceived notion of me, and then I want them to watch the show that we do every day, and I want them to go, oh, he doesn't seem so bad. He's just a dork talking about dumb shit and trying to make people giggle and throw him $5 at a time. And that's it. Then you got me down.
But do we know that that's how she'll feel?
I want her to. I can't make her. Plankton with 199 says, what did you want the feds to do? Red flag law? No, but like when a guy says I'm going to shoot up a school, I just want
we
them
don't let him have an AR-15.
Well, or at the very least, I just want them to believe him. You know, because it feels like...
Well, he said he didn't send that or it was a joke or something. I forget what his defense was when they first confronted him about it, but he had some lame defense they let slide. The other big thing for this, too, is even after this, his dad bought him a gun. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
It's... I just... But it's every fucking time. Like, just... do Nashville, do Uvalde, do Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, do this last one. Like it's the same goddamn script. They just keep re-releasing the same movie.
Adonis Paul has a beautiful list about school shootings.
Oh, I saw the Adonis Paul list. Oh my God. I didn't realize how many of them were like non-binary, and apparently the media they're not real big on telling us that.
They don't really want to tell those parts. It's just the horrible guns we got to talk about.
They can tell us what fast food restaurant they took the shooter to after he got arrested. But
right.
They can't tell us their gender identity. It's wild because in every other news story, even when gender identity isn't even part of the story, it's one of the first things mentioned.
Right, because we got to be respectful of people's gender identity so long as they don't commit a crime.
But when it's like literally in their manifesto as to why they did what they did, like apparently this shooter now, I don't know if you saw the manifesto of this shooter.
I have not.
But they're a gay person who was pissed off about all the attention the trans were getting. And that was one of their big hangups.
So a bunch of random innocent people had to be hurt and or killed because you're upset that the trans people are getting more attention than you.
It's almost as though this man was so mentally ill he shouldn't have been allowed to function inside of polite society. And that maybe there should have been a place we could have taken him. Literally, sometimes we want him to go where everybody knows his name.
Because it's on his shirt.
It's on his name tag, yeah. By the way, thank you, Ronald Reagan. Thank you, Reagan, for closing down the state hospitals. The shooter was on our radar. Yeah, that's what they always say. The Bart Simpson meme. Say the line. He was on our radar.
He was known to...
When do we have to take Aaron's guns away then, says SC Motorsports. I don't have any.
Yep.
I'm wide open for attack. I'm completely defenseless, but I'm an expert knife thrower. So I do have a redeeming quality. Thank you very much to Michael Rao with $20 over on PayPal. That was not Nova, by the way. Nova, you are still on the hook for that $20 or back to the old block you go, my man. You've got, what does Nova have? Nova has, I can't do math, 20 minutes. Nova has 20 minutes to make good on his $20 super chat, or he's got a ski-daddle. Coltrane with $1 says, out of the news cycle in 3, 2, 1. Exactly. SC Motorsports says, but you are a gay man. Oh, is that why you have to take away my guns is because I'm a homosexual?
Yeah, but again, you still don't have any.
Right.
What are they going to take?
Yeah, I can be gay and not have guns. I'm not saying we take all gay people away. That's your guys' thing, not mine. I just, I didn't even say we should take away their guns. Again, that's a you guys thing. Thank you very much to Michael. 260 is our number for today. Thank you, guys. We're ahead for the day. You guys keep throwing in those 5s and 10s at a time. We'll stay ahead for the rest of the day. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into Johnny's business. Johnny's got some business he wants to discuss. What?
I was going to talk about how I upset that lady and made that mistake twice of saying, like, oh, I guess we're broken up and not talking to her and stuff.
What the fuck?
But there's a lot of stuff that happened last night, and
before you continue, I had this blocked off.
Oh man,
this is going to be a big chunk of today's show. People were going to send in pity donos and everything for today.
Pity donos, no. Oh,
but now, wait a minute. What is this a prank?
No.
Am I being punked?
No.
You told me yesterday that you had
And she went
relationship issues you wanted to discuss, and I called you and we talked about it for a little bit. And now, as we come up on the show and as I'm getting ready to introduce this segment, now you tell me, not really. It's like we were doing improv and I went, hey, I brought you a package. And you just go, no, you didn't. I'm like, wait, what?
Well, I mean, I said, not really. I don't want to talk about much of it. No worries. I'll see you tomorrow. Like when we talked yesterday, I told you I didn't want to talk about much of it. The simple gist is the first time that California girl.
No, wait. Before you start, remember, drag it out. It's a rich taffy. People want this to be nice and they want it stretched out. Nice.
Right. Well,
and stretched out.
I met California girl.
No, wait. I didn't say we had to go back to the beginning. So what's the deal?
Pleasing you.
What's the deal? Because I honestly, I went to bed and I slept the sleep of the saved last night because I went, you know how much fucking content I'm going to have on just Johnny just taking the stick and going for it today? Tomorrow. I'm so excited. And then you come in here and now I'm like, oh shit, I might have to do a show, which I have one ready, but I thought your thing was going to be way more fascinating than the shit I got.
Well, it could be, but I don't want to go into all of it because there'd be some talking off air I'd have to do to explain all of it.
Sure.
I don't. The simple gist that I'll say on air is that the first time that I said that she broke up with me, I had done that without speaking to her, and it kind of fucked her over, and it upset her, and she's very upset with comments I had made on my show about like women and stuff.
The first time?
And yeah, the first time.
What'd you say about women?
Well, it's just that I was talking about how like we were talking about the strippers at the strip club, and the people in my show are like, Johnny, would ya? And I was like, yeah, they're all beautiful ladies. If they were actually interested, I wouldn't turn them down. And that upset her and made her feel like I was just, as she said, you're just dating me until a stripper says yes to you. And then, so she got upset about that. I made that mistake. I rectified it. I bought her a plane ticket out. She came out. She hung out with me. I told her I was gonna do better, and by that I meant I was gonna be more open about being in a relationship and stuff like that. But I wasn't discussing much about her, like saying, oh, she's really beautiful and this, that, and the other, because I wasn't trying to give the chat too much info on her. People already said they're going to find out.
I'm going to jump in when I don't know things and I need things clarified. You're saying that your lady out in California wanted you to talk about her more on the show? Is she out of her fucking mind? Does she have any idea who listens to this show and what they do? Motherfucker, do you want to die? You want to get shot by a real motherfucker?
Well, at any rate, so we made up.
No, I'm legit asking. Like, does she want you to talk about her more?
I'm not sure, because
this is something you should clear up.
Well, that's the thing. I thought we were on the same page of like, I don't really talk about you much on the show because I don't want them like looking for you. And she was always like, yeah, I don't really have an online like profile, so that good luck finding me. May I interrupt? Don't say that. Good luck finding me. They take that as a challenge. No good luck finding me. You need to talk to her, and you need to set her straight on the fact that we do ourselves a fine show here, and there's a lot of people that we anger and make very mad, and their entire life is about us, which is an honor if you're me. Not an honor if you're her. Okay, so mid-watch, Officer Debbie, pretty good, drunk stop, go. No, so she wants you to talk about her more. Well, no, she was upset when I was talking about other women and I wasn't talking about her the same way. And like I said, she came out, we spent time together. Did you
tell her it's because those strippers aren't real people and it doesn't matter if people dox them or confront them?
If I were to say that, she would say something along the lines of, how can you treat women like that and say you respect me? And how can you say that about women and say you respect me? You have a daughter. What's going to happen when she sees this or show? Or
I hope she doesn't become a stripper, right? That's what you should tell her.
Yeah.
Because those people are broken.
But yeah, so fast forwarding after that, the trip was great. But I had when I was dropping her off, I guess like she was clutching my arm because we were going to be separated, and I asked her to stop touching my arm because I use it to drive, and I was driving in the cities, and she
Wait,
took
hold
that
on.
as me snapping at her.
No,
and
I need to stop again. You're driving, and she's holding onto your arm.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. This could, like, your driving experience is probably a million times different than mine. You can't drive with the one arm?
No, because the arm that she was grabbing is the one that I have to use to help control my legs.
Oh, yeah, that's important. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I figured it was something like that cuz like I can I'll drive a lot with one hand and hold the gal's hand with the other hand cuz I'm a hopeless romantic. But yeah, you and I have different driving experiences.
Yeah, I use both feet to operate the pedals. My left foot can move on and off the brake just fine. My right foot can move onto the gas just fine. But if I gotta pull it off real quick, I have to use my arm and my hand to literally yank my foot off the gas.
Damn.
So it's not a big deal. It's not really hard. But again, when you're driving in the cities in kind of midday packed traffic, you're kind of focused on not hitting anybody and stuff like that. So
It's a big part of driving.
right. So I just I inadvertently did a lot of things that hurt her that she kind of brushed under and didn't say to me, so I didn't know that. And then when I went last week, I did a show and I was talking about Jesus, I don't even remember what I was talking. Oh wait, yeah, I remember. A streamer named Digger420.
Who now?
Check her out on YouTube, Digger420.
Digger420.
A streamer named Digger420, smaller channel than mine. She's been in my chat. I didn't even know it was a she at first. And she dropped kind of like a I can smoke you out kind of gauntlet, like let's go. And so I accepted that challenge.
A weed smoking thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And apparently I was very flirty and made references to my dick. And because of all of that, she's like, oh, so you're just going to meet up with this chick and you're going to smoke weed with her? And I was like, no. And she's like, you said it had to be in person. And like, I don't even remember what I said.
Time out.
Yep.
Time out. I just want to point out how we as men retell our stories about women. And I'm not shitting on you because I do the same thing. It's like the part that upsets them, we gloss over. And that's only going to make them more upset. Like, you're like, yeah, she said I was like flirting with her and talking about my dick. Whatever. Anyway, look, like, I mean, to a woman talking about your dick around another woman they get possessive about that kind of thing, like your dick.
Well, at any rate, like, I don't remember if I said that or not. I'd have to literally go back and watch my show. But I told her that I was like, if I said that, I misspoke. We're not meeting up in person. I don't know who this person is. And she's like, oh, you're just going to meet this chick to have to smoke up with and hook up with, like, and I'm like, no, there was no hooking up ever intended, and I didn't even know she was a woman at first.
May I say, God bless her for thinking that you can just meet someone and fuck them. I mean, that's got to be kind of you got to look at that as a little bit of an ego boost. The fact that this chick looks at you and goes, if he even gets around a girl, he's going to be able to fuck her. Like, that's a weird thing about women is they kind of forget when they get jealous that having sex with someone is a two-way street and the other person has to want to too. They just assume that everybody's going to want to fuck your man, that Johnny's Mr. Steal Your Girl,
well,
and that if you meet up with this girl and start smoking, you're going to stick your dick in her. I find that very funny.
I'm just saying, the point is she was very hurt about that stuff. So she was being very cold to me and saying she didn't want to talk. I was giving her space, and that was apparently the wrong thing to do. I was supposed to call her and find out what was wrong. And so she got upset with me again and texted me saying that she didn't think it was going to work out and she wanted to pull the plug. And I told her I didn't want to cancel our plans and everything. And she's like, I don't either, but this doesn't seem like it's going to work. And so when she said the pull the plug thing, I assumed we were done, and I made that assumption again on Sunday without talking to her, and she got really, really upset with me, which led to a tirade of phone calls where she informed me that I'm a liar and a jerk.
Time out. Can I guess? Did she use the word narcissist?
No.
They all do. Okay, that's coming. Don't worry.
Well, she said I was a liar and a jerk and all this other stuff, and she kept calling me to berate me, and no matter how much I apologized,
how's your hair?
She didn't believe it. What? Oh, yeah.
See, she called to berate you.
But yeah, so that all kept going, and
you didn't like that. You didn't like that joke.
I did. It's just
I know you're focused. I'm trying to knock you off your game. I'm being an ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, so we were texting and we were talking and arguing in circles for hours. I kept apologizing, but according to her, I have to do a sincere apology, which means like not talking about women on my show, because the last show that she was upset with, I talked about the girl that's going to be on Dancing with the Stars with an ankle bracelet, and I showed her like,
oh my God, can you give me her name and phone number? It sounds like my dream girl.
Oh, there's a joke I want to make.
I know, I get it. I understand.
Anyways, but yeah, so I was talking about her. I put her picture up and I read the story, and I'm used to my chat being full of thirsty dudes. So when I went back to the chat, I actually mentioned how I was surprised that nobody made any thirsty dude comments. And apparently, and then after that, at some point, we got talking about cheesecake, and I mentioned how I used to make cheesecakes. And then I made some comment about how I should make cheesecakes and when I work at Fat Jack's to give them to the strippers so they'll rub their titties on me for
now.
Some
Is
cheesecake.
this? Were you talking to Digger 420 about this? Or is
No,
this
I was just talking to my chat and my show about this. This was me talking out my ass.
Okay.
About how I used to make cheesecakes.
So far, here's my diagnosis so far, and this is not an indictment of anyone. I mean, who am I? But this is not a judgment of anyone. This is just an observation. Number one, I think if you're going to do a long distance thing, you need to be very secure in yourself and the other person. And this person seems like they're being, I'm not going to say they are. They seem like they're being very insecure. When you have a significant other and you're also a public performer, you can't just shut off one half of the population, which is women, and never talk about them or never talk to them. I mean, it has to happen. You can't change who you are as an entertainer just because this person doesn't like it if you say Digger 420 or whatever. I feel like she's being oversensitive. I feel like she's reading a lot of her insecurity into the stuff you do. If this Digger 420 is a fan and you guys want to talk a little shit, that's fine. Also, at the same time, if she feels disrespected, I mean, you do have to take that into consideration. Yeah. Listen, and
she felt disrespected.
But at the same time, I mean, it seems like she's using the "we're done" thing as like a manipulation. Like if you're done, then be done. If you're not,
she's pulling the plug, but she's saying that because she wants me, I guess, to call and fix it. And when I interpret that as being done without talking to her, that was me being disrespectful.
No, what that is you don't want to be manipulated by the, pulling the plug. Like that's someone trying to gain control and the upper hand in an argument or discussion instead of dealing as equals. If you go, well, then we'll pull the plug. Now, okay, you've pulled back your affection, you've pulled back your love, whatever you want to call it. Now you want that other person to call you so that you can then meter out that love back to them a little bit because, you're hitting the feed pedal for the hamster because they're doing the thing that you want them to do. That's kind of gross. I don't like that. Instead, what you have to do is...
she was also saying, like, not to interrupt you, but she's also saying it wasn't just that I was talking about these people. She's saying, you'd light up when you talk about them or whatever, and you don't light up like that when you talk about me. And it's like, I don't really talk about you on the show other than mentioning, like, a couple of times since, like, the week she spent here, I've been very active to mention, like, oh, I have a girlfriend and, oh, I'm in a relationship. But, And so like I've been making sure like, oh, would you? I'd be like, I mean, yeah, I would, but I'm in a relationship right now. Like, so it's, I don't know. I wanted mostly to come out here and just prostrate myself and say I did everything wrong and it was all my fault. No, hold on. Let me finish. I wanted to do that and I was planning to do that, but then she kept arguing in circles with me.
Yeah, I don't.
And
if
my
she's
daughter
arguing
started crying to see me. My daughter started crying to see Daddy. She hadn't seen Daddy for 2 days. She wanted to come downstairs and see Daddy. So I told her, I was like, look, I'm not trying to end this, but my daughter's crying to see me. I want to go see my daughter and spend time with my daughter. And the last time that we had this cyclical argument stuff, when I did I have to go see my daughter, and I stopped talking to her, she just kept texting. And so I sat there texting with her because my phone kept going off. My daughter literally got completely disinterested in being around me and left. Like, she was sad. So I didn't want to do that again this time. So when I told her, like, I have to go talk to my daughter, she goes, oh, yes, because I'm not a priority. And I went,
oh, fuck you.
Yeah, no, that was an anger part for me. When I went, my daughter's crying to see me. I need to spend time with my daughter. I've got to go. And like, yeah, because I'm not a priority. And I'm like, so I hung up the phone and I thought about it for a second and then I blocked her just so I wouldn't have to have the phone go off while I was hanging out with my daughter.
Right.
She called on a restricted number.
Ah!
And I answered and it was her. And she's like, oh, so you did block me. So then she kept calling me last night on a restricted number, arguing with me again, continually telling me I'm a piece of shit and I treat women like shit and I shouldn't expect to ever meet a decent woman if that's how I'm going to behave on my show.
And then you said, wrong number. This is Johnny, not Aaron. Wrong steel took.
And she kept saying I was, I hurt her and she was a really cool chick and she didn't deserve that. And I kept going, you're right, you didn't deserve that. And I kept giving her what she wanted, but it didn't work. So she kept arguing, and finally at one point, I threw what she was saying back at her face. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I gave it to her the same tone and the same delivery style. And then I hung up, and I stopped answering. And this was close to maybe 10:30. And from 10:30 to 12:45, non-stop, she kept calling. I put my phone on
when
do not
when you say nonstop, you mean as soon as the first call didn't go through, she would redial again.
The only break in the cycle happened when I put my phone on airplane mode for a minute to see if it would just stop letting calls through, and it did. And then I didn't know if that would affect my alarm or not, but I knew do not disturb wouldn't affect my alarm. So I left it on do not disturb. I plugged my phone in so she couldn't drain my battery, and I put a shirt over it so the glow wouldn't affect me. And then I went to bed at about 10:45. Every time between 10:45 and midnight that I woke up, I would look over and the phone was glowing. And now, looking at my phone's call log, I have restricted calls not answered nonstop from when I stopped talking to her to 12:45 my time. I can't even count how many it is.
I'm not judging. I'm not diagnosing.
She's apparently very upset.
I'm not doing that. I will say, allegedly, perhaps, accusationally, this woman sounds mildly psychotic.
I don't know, but
You know who can help you? Before we go on any further, you know who can help you with this? And you know who I think
Anna Kasparian?
Anna Kasparian could. Anna, please call in. She loves this shit, by the way. This Anna Kasparian would sink her teeth into this content. By the way, Stalin, Elissa, everybody, I want my lost interest. You're clipping this. This has to be clipped. No, as a radio show host, as a programmer, I think I know how to keep a good bit rolling. And how to keep people interested. By the way, about 1,000 of you in here right now. Hit like, hit subscribe. I think the thing you go to right now as a show host when you're trying to keep the flow of a show going is you go to Ryobi on line 1. Ryobi, what do you have for the program? Is that fucking perfect? You sack of shit. Oh.
Nothing.
Thank you very much to Milton's BMI with $5. Says, Johnny, are you a trainee lover? I think you know what he's asking. I knew there was something funny about you.
Nope.
Okay.
She was a very nice, very beautiful lady, and I was very happy with her. But apparently, I can't apologize to her and say I'm sorry for hurting her feelings. It doesn't mean anything unless I literally never make disparaging comments about women again, I guess. And more importantly, if I talk about women in any sort of positive way, you know what? Fuck it. I don't know what makes her happy, and I'm not actually interested at this point.
We're gonna get back into it. The chats are going fucking bananas.
I'm gonna step out for justice.
No. These are for you.
Yeah, no, I'll be here, just not on video.
Oh, okay. Corn Pop with $1.99. Thank you. Vance Rosberg with $5 says, Johnny, run. She's crazy, and you're feeding the beast. Well, I don't think Johnny's feeding the beast.
Nope. I'm done talking to her now. After last night, I'm sorry. I was willing to believe that I fucked up and I made mistakes and I was the wrong and I hurt her feelings and she's a really good chick and I really screwed something up with an awesome person. I believed all of that last night until the point where she kept just arguing with me, and I'm like, I guess I'm everything you say I am, so let's just end this and let's call it quits then. And every time I hung up with her, she called me back, and then when she kept going and I said, that's it, I'm done, and I threw it back in her face and hung up with her, she kept calling me back. And I'm sorry, but if I ignore your phone call 4 or 5 times, 15, 20 minutes, okay. After that, if you keep calling and I'm not answering, till almost 1 a.m, that's scary.
Yeah.
I might talk to people.
Honestly, I think listening to your story about this and then thinking about the history of my life, I think I'm going to drive to her house today and I'm just going to wrap my legs around SP's legs and grab around her thigh and just make her drag me around the rest of the day. And I'll go, thank you for being one of the normal ones. And I'm sorry about this part. This is weird. I get it. Your story makes me want to cling on to her leg and just hang on to a shank for dear life. Vance Rosberg with $5 says, Johnny, run. She's crazy and you're... we just did that one. He's not feeding the beast. Plankton with a great point, $1.99 over on YouTube. Johnny, he's saying, and you may agree with this, the Red Flag store is sold out. Run, Johnny, run. The crazy bitch will get you. Run, Johnny, run. Well, you better get away. Some people say that Johnny needs sex. He don't need it that bad. He'll lose his neck. Run, Johnny, run. The crazy bitch will get you. Run, Johnny, run. Well, you better get away. You're muted.
She's not crazy. She's hurt and she doesn't...
Wait. How many phone calls would you say you got between last night and early this morning?
I couldn't keep count.
How many?
Roughly.
Ballpark,
I'm saying plus or minus 70.
Run, Johnny, run. The crazy bitch will get you. Run, Johnny, run. Well, you better get away. Some people say Johnny shouldn't be alone. Well, you should have saw what was on his phone. Run, Johnny, run. The crazy bitch will get you. Run, Johnny, run. Well, you better get away. What? Some people say that Johnny needs a girl. She's gonna chew his nuts off like a squirrel. Run, Johnny, run. The crazy bitch will get you.
Actually, that's the part I liked about her.
She a biter?
No, she was.
We're not. Nope. I'm not gonna drag you down this primrose path. I will not do this to you.
I was just saying she was a good girl. That's all I was saying.
She was a really good girl. I personally know Digger 420 says Sam Show. This story sounds fishy as fuck. I don't know which part. I'm so far behind chat-wise.
Yeah, dude, I don't... Digger 420, all Digger 420 ever did was propose a smoke-off challenge saying we split the super chats to pay for the weed.
Yeah.
I kind of said I would be game with that. I have to go back and actually watch the show, but according to her, I also made mention of my dick, and there was flirting, and... Then the next time Digger came in my chat, there was a whole bunch of flirting with her. And so, again, I have to check my show.
Dude, so
sure.
Is she still calling?
Not yet. No, I haven't heard from her at all since last night.
Does she want to call in? If I text you the studio line number, would she want to call into the show?
I really don't want to do that on air.
How about if she just talks to me?
I don't want to do that.
Oh, well, then we won't do it. Fuck.
It won't go well. It'll make her look bad. It'll make me look bad.
Under no pretenses was I assuming it would go well.
Oh, well, great. So I'm glad my life is that way.
No, what I'm saying is you've now made this into a juicier story than you made it sound like yesterday. And so now I'm addicted because I'm on the air and I'm thinking, holy shit, I may not have to do hardly anything today if this chick calls in. This could be another Princess and Mikey situation.
I don't want it to be a Princess and Mikey situation.
Look, the personal side of me, nor do I. The professional side of me, more than anything in the world. But you're right. If I were you, I wouldn't want this to be a Princess and Mikey situation. You know what else I wouldn't like? I wouldn't like her to call you 70 times while you're trying to fucking either go to bed or hang out with your kid or whatever. I'd rather she didn't call you over and over and over again. So I don't like that either.
Right.
So neither of those things are. I feel like this has to be a break, not like take a break. I mean, like a clean break. I feel like this woman was too high strung for this to begin with, too clingy to begin with. And I don't blame you for not taking the red flags and running the first time this happened. But I certainly would have to blame you if you didn't take these red flags very seriously.
Oh yeah, no, dude. I had every intention if my phone started going off constantly today that I was gonna go talk to some people. And
shit!
Like yeah,
what is it about Steel Toe where that shit just keeps happening,
dude? Like it just I can't make her happy, and she there's no. Okay, I'm the evil person you say I am, that satisfies her. She just wants to keep calling me and berating me and then keep saying that my apology isn't sincere until I change how I behave on my show for that one part.
But then all you have to tell her is, no, you're gone. You don't understand. Like, I can now keep doing this because you're out.
Yeah, I kind of made that point to her. I told her, look, I'm sorry that you feel this way. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but I'm not changing how I behave on my show suddenly.
Right.
For that, that's the way I've always been. It wasn't a new thing. It didn't come around the minute you did.
Yeah.
So, and the part that she keeps ignoring that I keep pointing out to her, I'm not just misogynistic and I don't just sexualize women and that stuff. I do it to guys too. We do it to everybody. I mean, more than once I've put up what are they called? Those a mugshot thing of different people. Yeah.
Oh,
anyways.
Sorry.
Most cases, a lot of the people in the chat, Johnny, would ya? And we play the same game. But apparently when you do it with women, it's offensive. So, I don't know. Either way, I can't take back what I did that hurt her. I can't give her money back that she lost on the plane tickets and stuff. And I'm sorry for that.
Don't walk away. The last words she heard me say. Sorry. Sounds like a Robert Tepper song. I can't take it back. I can't make your plane tickets whole again. I can't make my phone stop ringing from a restricted number in California. Robert Tepper. Dude, if Anna Kasparian can get Robert Tepper into this show, we can rebuild his whole career just off your love life.
There we go.
I put a blanket on my phone, but it wouldn't stop lighting. The whole rest of the night was like thunder and lightning.
No, I had it on Do Not Disturb. It was silent.
I had it on Do Not Disturb. Maybe it's turning into a Meatloaf song. I don't know. Maybe
kind of.
It's kind of turning into Meatloaf, where you just tell the entire story. I talked about Digger, You know what? No, I can't put that. I'll be too tempted. I can't put that line in the song. That won't work. She rung up my phone. I didn't answer the call. She kept calling into the night. So yeah, that's the start of a Meatloaf track right there.
Yep.
We can't give this to Post Malone. He can't handle it.
Well, I mean, he has auto-tune.
He thanks God for auto-tune. Joshua with $5 says, don't try to understand women. Women understand each other, and they hate each other. That's an Al Bundy quote. Thank you very much. $1 from Coltrane. Says, dude, fuck that bitch. Kid comes first. I'd get the fuck out immediately. She's a fucking nut bar. Johnny, would you say allegedly, or would you say you agree with that statement?
I'd say allegedly, but I don't agree with that statement. Other than the kid part thing was a line that she crossed for me, where I told her my kid was crying to see me, and she says, "Yeah, sure, your kid's trying to see you." I said, "No, crying to see me. So I need to go spend time with my daughter." And she said, "Yeah, I'm not a priority." And then I hung up the phone, and that royally pissed me off because my daughter is a priority.
In the heat of the night, I wanted to talk to my daughter. She resented this and started calling me harder. See, I'm writing a Meatloaf song as you go. You keep revealing, and I think we're going to have a 6-minute ballad by the end of this. You don't think so? Would you prefer Robert Tepper? Is there an artist you'd prefer? I'm sorry. No, you're right. I'm being a dick because I'm picking the artist, and it's the story of your life. Who should it be?
I don't know.
Can't be R. Kelly, dude. We can't. No thanks.
But I thought you loved R. Kelly.
How about Ja Rule? Yeah, she's blowing up my phone. It's murder. You want to go back to the 90s?
No, not really.
How about Brian McKnight? He needs a hit. George Strait, you want to go old school?
I don't think so.
All right. Coltrane, thank you for the $1. You know for a fact I can't fucking read that. Jesus Christ, man. Can we get Princess and Mikey to call in to help Johnny out? I think Mikey should call and help Johnny through this because I actually think Princess is a little more normal than this, to be quite honest. McBuster, oh no, Johnny, look at how she called you so much and she gave you so much shit that McBuster is reporting Brian Wilson does not wish they could all be California girls anymore. Wow. I mean, that guy hung around Charlie Manson.
Oh, boy.
I mean, somebody says, hate to break it to you, Johnny, even if you never made any more comments about her, there will always be something you're doing wrong. So was she upset that you were talking to this digger on the show or talking about women on the show, or was she upset that you weren't talking about her on the show, or was it both?
I'm pretty sure, this is my opinion, I'm pretty sure she was jealous of the other stuff and she used the woman thing as a focal point to broaden it and not make it seem so personal. So like, oh, you talked about this woman, you talked about feeding strippers cheesecake. Like, she kept going back to the things I said on my show, like, because I said it, it has to be true, and I'm going to do it.
Did you feed strippers cheesecake?
No.
Why'd she accuse you of feeding strippers cheesecake?
Because I made a joke on my show where I said, I like making cheesecakes. I love making cheesecakes and feeding them to women because women love cheesecake, and it's fattening, and they know it, and I make a really good cheesecake. But I don't need to eat it. I'm not like, I got to eat this cheesecake.
If you had fed a woman cheesecake, would that have been a problem, or could that have saved the relationship?
It depends who the woman was. If I had fed her a cheesecake, it could have saved the relationship.
It's interesting.
It was more the fact that I was on my show talking about cheesecakes, mentioning that, if I brought them in to the strippers, they'd rub their titties on me for a cheesecake. Again, as a joke. And, that joke became, well, you didn't say you'd make me a cheesecake. Like, so I guess like the relationship isn't going to work, but I guess if it were going to work, I would have to make every joke and then preface it with what I would do for her if it involved a woman. And she, from the sounds of things, doesn't want me streaming with women. Being on a stream with a woman is a problem.
This sounds like she's trying to make her what's the word I'm looking for? Her insecurity your problem. And that's not good. She needs to work on her insecurity rather than embracing it and trying to then throw it onto you. Because all that's going to do is fuck up your head, and that's going to make you a worse person to be around. She ever talked to you about her previous relationships? Has she ever talked about her previous relationships and went, well, here's what I did wrong?
Well, no, with previous relationships, the only thing that we ever discussed in previous relationships is she mentioned in one relationship how a person was clingy, and sometimes she just needs her space, and if she needs her space and people don't give her space, it becomes a huge problem. So when I'm like, hey, do you want to talk? And she's like, no. And I say, okay. And then I don't talk to her anymore. I'm giving her space until she says, hey, until she texts me or whatever. And then I'm intending to call her at the end of my show. But before I can, my show ends and I get called and, again, told what I did wrong on my show. So I fucked up things with her, and I am the one who said the relationship was over before it was, apparently twice.
But I thought she said that she was pulling the plug.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's over. That means I'm supposed to call her and talk to her about it.
Yeah, no, that we're not 12 anymore. That's not how we do things. That's not how grown-ups do things. We're not doing that. And good for you for not doing that, by the way.
Yeah.
That's the right call. So, what? You think too far gone to be shot back? You think, you don't think...
Well, she continually said that, if I went on the air and disparaged her and called her this or that and the other, she'd never do that to me because that's not the type of person she is.
She doesn't have a fucking show.
Yeah, well, my point being is last night, one of the last things she did say to me when I was telling her that I was tired of getting yelled at, she's like, well, then I guess I'm just going to go on other shows and talk shit about you because it's all about content, right? Like, I get to do that. And I'm like, I guess if you want to. She's like, all right, I'm going to email other shows and I'm going to talk to them. I've got receipts. And I went through my
dude,
I went through my text.
Countdown to her is the first thing you thought, like, we're going to see her on Nobody Likes Onions?
I don't think she'll want to be on camera. I don't think she'll want to put her face on camera. I don't think she'll want to expose herself in that way. And I don't think she'll actually do it. But all I know is I went through all of the texts we have. As for receipts...
Don't show any here.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
As for receipts, I don't know what she has receipts for.
She might mean like grocery store trips. She might have been saying just opposite things.
Well,
like,
I mean, she has receipts for the airline tickets that she lost money on and the gift she bought me for my birthday.
What do you mean lost money on? She took a trip.
No, she didn't. She booked the tickets and canceled them.
Oh, that's right, because she threw this conniption fit one other time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other time was really my fault because that time she didn't do anything to say we were done or whatever. I just kind of misinterpreted that. And she was hoping I would talk to her before talking about it on the air. And that was totally my mistake. I was at fault. And that's why I did so much to try and fix it after that. This second time around, she told me I'm pulling the plug. I told her I didn't want her to cancel our plans. And she said, yeah, but I don't see this working. I'm pulling the plug. So I took that as we were done.
So does this mean you will be doing overtime that week?
Yeah, I'll be here that week.
All that for nothing. You told Corn Diff a lie. Don't you lie to Corn Diff. Jack Cat with $2 says, Aaron giving relationship advice? Definitely do the opposite, Johnny. Okay, yeah, you know what? Johnny, don't answer the phone. Yeah. Jack Cat with another...
I'm not answering the phone anymore. Literally after a 10:30 to midnight or a 10:30 to 1 a.m. nonstop thing, like that's a line.
Jack Cat with $5 says, yeah, Johnny, fuck your feelings. Aaron's got a goal to hit, and your misery is just easier. Johnny wanted to talk about it. Oh, see, I got to stop singing, dude. Snowcat Tish just wrote in the chat, Anna is not enjoying your singing, Aaron. If Anna Kasparian doesn't like it, I can change. See, Johnny, that's what your girl wanted.
Yeah.
She wanted you to go, but I can change if you don't. She wanted the Robert Tepper song, bro. She wanted the Robert Tepper. This is a text coming in. I'm driving, but please tell Johnny to run from this manipulative bipolar broad. They've met once, and she's mad at him for breaking rules she never set. How long until she's threatening self-deletion? Run now.
She's not that kind of person. She wouldn't do that. But, yeah, as for rules she never set, like, she did say the first time around the comments that I made that upset her, I misinterpreted that as not being clear enough that I was seeing someone, and not that it had to be a problem there. And then, she was upset that I went back to working at the strip club again, which I actually did so I could make extra money for when she came out. But yeah, so I don't know what to do anymore. I can't fix it. I'm
actually starting to think this might be partially her fault. That's all my opinion.
Yeah, I know.
From everything you've given me so far, if I could read the tea leaves, and again, not making any official judgment, but I think she may have done some things wrong. Honky says, sounds like she'd be a good fit for MLC. Could you see Kevin Brennan completely decimating her if she decided to go on MLC?
I really hope she doesn't do that because it is not going to work out well for her.
Johnny Crutcheth doesn't deserve that. You sound like, could you imagine, like the things I'm saying in jest, Kevin Brennan would scream at her at the top of his lungs.
Yeah, and she'd probably lose it. I don't know. Like I said,
Oh, you know what? Now I want to see that because would she yell back at Kevin?
She'd try to.
That'd be fun. That'd be interesting. Look, I don't know what would be. I want what's best for you. So if you think that's bad for you that she goes on MLC,
she can do whatever she wants. I just
could I text Kevin today and ask him if you two would you go on there with her?
No.
Fuck. You know what? I wouldn't either, so I shouldn't have asked you that. In fairness. KF Sage, Sage Retard says, please take George Bush's great advice, Johnny. Would you like to hear George Bush's great advice? George W. Bush wants to give you some advice this morning. Let's take a listen.
In Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Exactly. Fool me, can't get fooled again. And I agree with that. And that's wise advice. Do you agree?
I don't know. I'm really kind of messed up right now.
Why are you messed up? This is a good thing for you.
About something else.
Something you don't want to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't have to talk about things you don't want to talk about. I thought it would be fun.
It has nothing to do with her.
I thought it would be funny to talk and distracting to talk about the thing you do want to talk about because I don't know if you can see it from here. I mean, obviously you saw your phone lighting up for 2 hours straight. It's funny, crazy.
It is, and I'm not happy about it because I don't want to put that message out there that she's crazy. I don't want her painted that way.
Yeah, but I mean, if your phone rings for 2 hours straight, like I get the feeling of like you feel like there's nothing else you can do but like to back this person off other than to publicly call them out for their behavior. You know?
Yeah, but I feel bad about it. She was really nice and she put a lot of effort into trying to make the relationship work and stuff. And like I said, I made mistakes and I'm really sad it went this way when she put that thing about my daughter about like when I said I was going to see her and she's like, oh, I'm not a priority. That really upset me. And I blocked her. And then she, like I said, every time she cuts me off or cuts it off, she gets a hold of me again. So I don't know. The cycle keeps repeating. The only way it can stop is if we stop talking. That's the only thing I can figure out. I was like, I can't talk to you anymore because it can't fix it. And we just keep going here. So I just don't want to do it.
Jack Cat, thank you for the money you've been sending us this morning. But he says, I'm out. Get your brain in order, Aaron. You're psychotic. Johnny wanted to talk about the thing, and I wanted to. My job is when he talks about sad things is I try to bring funny parts into it. I try to introduce levity so that the story can continue because the story will be very sad. It's not my job to turn sad into sadder. It's my job to maintain levity in these situations. Jack Cat, just calm down for me, buddy. Actually, you know what? I have a girl we can introduce you to. She, Wild Saffron says, normal women, when mad, will give you the silent treatment. Only cray-cray chicks phone bomb you. Well, I think he knows that now. Approachable says, here's the advice Johnny needs summed up in a 6-second clip. Johnny, would you like some more advice?
Yeah, let's hear the advice.
All right, Approachable's got some advice for you.
What would have been your last words to Drew?
Run, bitch! Run!
There you go. Well, there's one. That's some advice. I mean, look, people are trying to be helpful.
Right.
Anonymous says, no, she's manipulating you, Johnny. I don't think that's even a question. I mean, that's pretty out in the open. But Whew, that is wild. I feel for you on that, like getting the phone calls from 10:45 to 12:45. Like that's a bitch.
Like that was a new level. I understand being upset, whatever, but I mean, just how many hints do you need? Like, I'm not answering the call.
To me, if someone doesn't answer once, like to me, that's a, call you back kind of a situation. But I'm weird. I'm different. Just, a lot of this stuff is the same that's coming in. Need Trump becoming a member for 27 months, says Johnny Run. Tell her you need your space. Did you try that? Did you try, Johnny, let me be a therapist for a moment. Did you try asserting your needs effectively?
I guess not. I felt like my needs were met. I didn't need to assert them. I was happy with the relationship. And then when she was unhappy, I felt bad about it and apologized, but that wasn't good enough. And it wasn't sincere until I changed, like I said, the behaviors on my show, which I'm not going to change. So she won't believe my apologies. They're not sincere, but she keeps calling me because she wants me to make it work.
Would you argue, and would you say the statement's correct, that you did your best, but you guess your best wasn't good enough?
I hate you right now.
And sometimes it's all I need to know. Sorry. But you would say you did your best.
I tried. I did my best.
Did you try to say goodbye?
Yeah.
I
tried to say goodbye.
Did you choke? Did you try to walk away and stumble? And though you try to hide it, it's clear. Your world crumbles when she is not near.
Oh, that's just...
You don't think that that's what happened?
No, I don't think that's what happened.
Okay. Would you say, let's take this point by point, okay? Would you say that 1, she's like a dream come true? 2, she just want to be with you? 3, that it's plain to see that you're the only one for me? I didn't have a rhyme.
This is hurting me. Like
4,
in my soul.
it's immersion therapy. 4, repeat steps 1 through 3. 5, do you think it could make you fall in love with her? If ever she believes her work is done, then she's starting back at 1. Ironically, Johnny, she is starting back at 1, but that's just because that's the digit you have to dial before the area code. If you won't listen to me, 3, I'm going to call again. And if ever I believe this call is done, then I'll start back at 1. Sorry.
No, it's all good, man. I just
keep saying sorry, and then I pick another song.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to do all this, but when I woke up this morning and I saw the call thing went on as long as it did, I was like, all right, now I'm not willing to just sit here and fall on the sword and say I did everything wrong and it was all my fault. I fucked up some shit. Our relationship didn't work out. We aren't going to work as a relationship, and that's all it is.
Well, I mean, I understand. I totally get it. And in no way am I shortchanging your pain or your suffering. I do want to say, she can blame you for whatever she wants, but if I were you, I would say it ain't my fault. Might have had a little fun, a lot of wrong I'd done, but it ain't my fault.
I don't know that one.
It's Brothers Osborne. It's a bit lesser known. Yeah, I'm done now. All right. Okay. Thank you very much to 383 Novocaine for $2. He says, Johnny, run. Oops, my bad. Roll away. Very far away. No, we're on Johnny's side here. We're not going to make roll away jokes. Pray by 12 with 199
Oh.
says, Johnny, there are great gals, and you deserve one. I still say you should make a run at a stripper.
I don't know, man. I'm right now after this thing, I'm going to work on me a little bit, and I'm certainly going to be more tentative about relationships going forward.
You know what my strategy's always been historically? Barrel through.
Maybe I'll give that shot a go after the vasectomy.
But just push right through and just, oh no, what if she ends up pregnant, bro?
Won't happen.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't want to go into the specifics,
Okay.
but let's
All
just
right.
say it's not possible.
It's okay. You're not. All right.
I don't want to say stuff
No,
about
I hear
people.
you. I get it. No, learn from. Yeah, I got it.
Learn from me.
Let's go to Brian M. becoming a member for 28 months. He says, have we not learned our lesson about talking personal shit on this show? Well, she wanted him to talk more personal shit on the show. If he
wanted me to.
If he would have talked more about her and less about Digger 420, maybe we wouldn't be in this position.
Yep. It's all my fault.
If Johnny wouldn't be making cheesecake for bitches, we wouldn't be here.
I didn't even make a cheesecake. I made a
That's
joke.
probably your issue is you didn't make her a cheesecake. She probably thought all these strippers are getting cheesecake and she gets no cheesecake, and all of a sudden she goes,
I made the joke on Friday. I haven't even had time to go shopping to get a cheesecake. I've been working every day this week.
So you're saying that she may be being unreasonable.
It feels a little bit like that, but
Okay.
I don't want to cast dispersions or say she's
Sure.
being crazy.
Or Kasparians.
Or Kasparian.
Big fan.
Anna
Anna
Kasparian
Kasparian.
might be a better choice.
Love her.
Because I could maybe make that work.
Love Anna Kasparian. Salt of the earth. Based as fuck. Anna Kasparian's great. Joe Smash becoming a member for 26 months says, Aaron, take a hint and move on. Johnny's not having it. I'm trying. Johnny Smiles with $5 says, goalie goal.
Yay.
I'm down with goalie goal. Atomic Ray with $1 says, this is for shipping Johnny's crutches to California girl. She needs them more than him. Oh, get it? Like a crutch? You see what they try
Yeah.
Coltrane with another $1 says, I say we switch to Rumble Monday and send in Johnny sappy bitch songs. I mean, he's got 2 more days left. We'll see what we can do. 230 is our number today, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Let's get that under 200 by 8 o'clock. And like I said, we're looking good. Rusty Grammer becoming a member for 28 months says, go, Johnny, go. Go, Johnny, go.
where?
To your new home.
I don't have one.
Yeah, you do. We have a log cabin made of earth and wood.
Oh, God.
Where lived a country boy named Johnny Be Good. Thank you very much to King Kong Dong for $5. He says, you didn't need to make her sound crazy. We can make that assessment from here. You did nothing wrong, and proud of you for choosing your kid. Same with Aaron. Well, I can't read that part, but thank you very much, King Kong Dong. I appreciate that. 225 is now the number for today. And I think I have to block Nova again. I have to ban Nova.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that 20 never came in. Sorry. You got me to unban you under false pretenses. TDR Shit Show with $5 over on Rumble says, just joined the show this morning. It didn't work out, Johnny. Shit happens. More importantly, did you at least get the puss? Well, yeah, his cat
Yeah,
was...
we had a good time, but that's like not. I liked her for more than that.
Right.
It's like
You liked her for her dedication.
She made me laugh. We had fun together. She wasn't a gamer girl, but she was like, into video games in terms of like if I was playing them, she was interested. Needing her own personal space actually worked out for like a gamer thing. If she needed her space, I just go off and do my own thing. And like there was potential there. I wanted it to work.
There's a checklist we can go through if you want. It's up to you of
Okay,
whether or
what's
not
the
this
checklist?
worked out for you. I found it online here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That can't be wrong. Let's find out how sad my life is.
Did you have joy?
Yes.
Did you have fun?
Yes.
Did you have seasons in the sun?
I hate you right now.
I didn't think you'd go for it. I'm so happy when I can do that. Oh, well. Okay, guys, let's move on. We gotta go from we're going from we got a collection of bitches and pussies this morning. We got to talk about Melton and win by 2 a little bit. Apparently, McBuster has broken Patrick Melton. And McBuster has broken Patrick Melton so badly that it's actually made Patrick Melton spurg out at me. Now, as you know, McBuster has been gathering clips of Patrick Melton saying very, very inappropriate stuff about underage people, correct?
Yeah.
There's a lot of, again, I've said before, and I don't know why Melton went off on me. I've been in a weird way defending him, saying I don't think he is the thing that McBuster says he is. You know, the MAP, the PDF, the things like that. I just think that he's said enough stuff that I don't feel bad for him at all that people draw that conclusion about him. Like, if you're going to if you're going to say those kinds of things about people, if you're going to say those types of things about children, and there's a massive collection of it, if you're talking about Reddit, if you're talking about Kiwi Farms, there's plenty of stuff out there that he's done that I'm sure he now regrets because people are playing it and going, nobody makes this joke this many times about this many different people and doesn't seem to have some sort of an issue. And McBuster has been going even further than that. And so apparently this is bothering Patrick. Now, this doesn't surprise me because, as I've said before, the Patrick Melton that you see on Nobody Likes Onions is a character. It is the person that the thin-skinned Patrick Melton wishes he could be. I talk shit about anybody. I'm bulletproof. I can do whatever. The guy never had any success. He's been doing podcasting for 20 years. He never caught on until he started talking about me. Without me, I'm the most success this guy's ever had. And he has to live with that. I think it's great. I think it's hilarious. It clearly bothers him because this McBuster guy and Kiwi Farms and Reddit have been going after Patrick Melton. And I think one thing it shows is that you cannot compare the hides, the skins of Patrick Melton and I. I, for years now, have just let this stuff roll right off my shoulder, whatever. Whereas Patrick Melton catches 1/16 of anything I catch, and he loses his mind. Now, John DiCaprio from Win by 2 did a great breakdown of this clip where McBuster and Kiwi Farms and Reddit have Melton so rattled about the things they've been pointing out, the observations they've been making about him talking about minors a lot in sexual ways on his show, which is fucking creepy no matter what. And he has now projected that all onto me. And because he can't admit to his audience, I read everything, I watch everything, I can't stand when people are shitting on me, I worry about the internet constantly. Because his audience is probably the dumbest white trash gathering of retards you've ever seen in your life, it's impressive. He has to then frame it as a him versus Aaron thing. So that his stupid audience will go, no, well, if it's about Aaron, then... Because, Patrick, they don't like you. They don't care about you. They care about me. You are just a conduit to get to me. You don't have any fans. I have haters. There's a big difference. So Patrick apparently broke finally. And this finally upset him to the point where he took his frustrations on Kiwi Farms, Reddit, and McBuster out on me. And John DiCaprio from Win by 2 saw right through this. Now, we don't usually play Win by 2 clips and go, wow, he really nailed it. Usually we play Win by 2 clips and go, get to the fucking point. But this one's a little different. Let's go to, you see, the chat. Somebody had a great point. Bigot on Socialist Media says, you'd think Melton would have stopped talking like a creep about kids. He was asking to be exposed. Right. Nobody's saying you've done anything to children. We're just saying the jokes you made and the things that you've said. We're looking at your words and your behavior and going, seems to be an issue with this guy. You know? Yeah, and Honky nailed it. I was going to say this later. He said, Melton's going to cope by calling this a bit. He always does that. He always, whenever he's upset by something, and the problem is he's a prisoner of the internet because he cares about their opinion. And he licks his finger, tests the winds of the internet, and tries to go that way. So when they go, wow, Patrick, you really look like a bitch. Like, you really look like a fucking pussy doing this. He goes, oh, blah, it was all a bit. That's because it was all a bit. You guys are so stupid. You don't get that it was a bit. Again, this guy is perennially, habitually stuck in high school, stuck being bullied. He can't help it. He doesn't have a backbone. He doesn't have a spine. He's jellyfish. Somebody said that Kiwi Farms, here we go. Snigger Niggardly says Kiwi Farms said it best about Melton. The reason he's perennially obese is the same reason he does so much pervy material against little kids. He just can't help it, whether it's overindulging on calories or weirdo comments. Yes, I agree with that 100%. Here is Win by Two Radio's own John DiCaprio playing Patrick Melton's clip and talking about it. This is Patrick being incredibly bothered by what McBuster, Reddit, and Kiwi Farms are doing. And I honestly, I wish Patrick Melton would just be this guy all the time, because this is who he really is. This character that he has to put on every day, I feel bad for him because he's kind of stuck. Because like I said, he's been desperate to finally make something of himself in podcasting after 20 years. And he had to attach himself to me to do it. And now he knows he can't separate himself from it. So, he's Rick Astley stuck playing Never Gonna Give You Up, or he's got to quit music. Let's go ahead and check this out.
For about a couple weeks now, he's been making pedophile allegations.
No, I haven't. Not once. I said, you've made a lot of jokes about underage children, that if people believe that about you, you've kind of given them carte blanche to think that way about you. You have said things about my daughter that are completely devoid of humor. You can't say they're jokes because they're devoid of humor, they're sexual, and they're fucking gross, dude. Like, no offense, Patrick. And you can say that I've been making these accusations about you. I absolutely have not. You need to fucking admit that, like, whether you think it's jokes or statements or whatever, you've got a problem with talking about that. You have an issue that you need to work on, because people who don't have issues, like saying that you have issues with talking about minors in a sexual way is different than saying you're a PDF. You're not understanding what people are saying about you. They're not saying like you're out on Epstein Island, or they're not saying that you're, Kevin Spacey or anything like that. They're saying you have a problem with talking about making comments, saying things about minors that are sexual in nature. And then you laugh and nobody else around you laughs. Like your appearance on the Legion of Skanks show. You were saying stuff like that. You would laugh afterwards. They would be horrified. So yes, to you, they're jokes. But to the rest of us, we see it and we go, this guy's got a fucking problem. This guy's saying way too much sexual shit about kids. And I know that he says it's a joke, but how much of it can be a joke when nobody's laughing? So, again,
and you keep making the joke that doesn't hit.
Right.
Like, how many times does a joke have to fall flat before you learn, oh, this one doesn't work with a crowd?
So, Patrick, clearly your issue here is you're bothered by what they're saying about you, and they're not even saying it about you. They're just playing your words back and going, look, and everyone's going, this guy's weird. This guy's got an issue. And then you're projecting it onto me because you can't cry in front of your audience and let them know that this shit bothers you. And it does. You have to frame it as, well, it's me against Aaron. Because then that way they might buy it. That's weak, dude. You're kind of being a bitch, no offense.
About me, which is insane.
Again, and he wants you to believe that these allegations, quote unquote, are just, and this is not me running cover for Aaron.
No. First of all, John, you don't have to say that. Everybody says that.
We know.
Like, Legal Mindset was talking about some stuff involving me. And he's going, and a lot of it was very positive about me. And he goes, and I'm not running cover for Aaron. This isn't an Aaron apology stream. We know. We know that you're just analyzing. Like, I am such a hot button. And I'll admit, I kind of appreciate it because it is an acknowledgement of the fact that I am engaging or whatever. Makes me feel good as a broadcaster. But people have such hot or fire opinions about me that when people say anything nice about me, they get worried that people on Reddit are going to like dox them or something. They're like, I'm not protecting Aaron. We know. You don't need the qualifiers. Just say what you're saying. So to John, we know you have done hours and hours and hours of material talking about what a piece of shit I am. Nobody thinks you're all of a sudden going to start running cover for me. And also, let me fuel your tank a little more. Fuck you for wearing Eagles shit. If you really are an Eagles fan, that explains a lot. Your team fucking is gay. Your fans are even fucking worse. And this makes a lot of sense. Fuck the Eagles and fuck you for loving them. All right, now let's watch John be really good here.
That was
By any
not necessary.
I know. This is why I don't make many friends doing this.
stretch of the imagination, but they're not just random allegations. These are things that you have said and have done.
I think we have.
Bingo! I'm sorry, Pat. I know this bothers you, and I know you're trying to play tough guy for all your Discord friends. But just be honest and liberate yourself and say, this bothers me. I don't like that people are playing the things I've said and that I'm not the belle of the ball, that people are criticizing me and people think I'm really fucked up and weird. I get it, Patrick. I've watched a lot of people talk shit about me only to have the internet go, all right, we know what Aaron is, but you're coming off like a real bitch right now. A lot of people make that mistake. You're just the latest. You're the latest to fall off that balance beam. Handle it like a fucking man. Don't act like a bitch and go, Aaron's bullying. Aaron's saying mean things. Aaron has been the only one when everybody lights you up going, well, no, I don't think he's that thing. I just think he has a really severe problem with making these comments and he can't help himself. He can't help himself to talk sexually about kids. He can't stop.
And if he doesn't like people saying this shit about him, I don't know if he realizes or not. Stop making these bad jokes.
Right. I mean, you quit stand-up because you realized nobody wanted to see you. So you do have the ability to stop when you want to. You did take the hint that fucking stand-up wasn't for you. You were about to take the hint that podcasting wasn't for you until you were able to hitch your wagons to me, and I was able to pull you a little bit forward. And I mean, no offense, save your fledgling podcasting endeavor.
Have enough. And again, it'll be up to a lawyer, but I'm willing to pay to have a lawyer to have a look at it.
I want a lawyer to take a look at all my clips of things I've said about underage children. And then I want him to determine what. Are you out of your fucking mind? The last thing you should want is a lawyer to look at the clips of you.
No, I think he says I think he's saying he wants a lawyer to look into whether or not you saying stuff about him is like.
No, I know, but that lawyer will then have to look at the clips that people are talking
Right.
about. I'm saying you have a problem running your mouth about children in inappropriate ways. You do. There are enough clips out there to show that you make a lot of comments about underage people. That's a fact.
I need Real Media Player or Doom.
He needs a clipper to give all the examples over the last month of all the times Steel Toe has brought up that Melton is a pedophile. And then he wants to
Now,
present.
these guys say that. I don't say that. Again, my accusation is he has a weird fascination with making comments about children that are sexual in nature. He's done it many times. And it's not like, ha-ha, jokey. It's him going, ha-ha, jokey, and the rest of the room going, oh,
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Present that to a lawyer in order to get and hopefully produce and apply for an HRO, which would negate Steel Toe from ever bringing up the words Melton and pedophile in the same sentence. Now, again, why?
Now, I just want to point out, Mr. Badass, Mr. had people in his Discord send mail to my mother, send mail to April's mother, criticizing everything else, has done everything in the sun, said he was going to get us shut down and was going, all this other stuff. For 2 years, he has been obsessed with Steel Toe. It's been his bread and butter. And then the minute people point out, and by the way, made endless amounts of shit up about me. And what do? I go, I know who this guy is. He's a bullied fat kid. He's trying way too hard to be a thing. And it's sad that his whole existence now hinges on me doing shows. Like, that's how you handle this. Like a fucking man, Pat.
Not just you doing shows. His whole existence hinges on you.
Right.
Because now, again, all of this stuff coming out at him is again, it's not people taking clips. It's not Kiwi Farms. It's not McBuster or Citizen M or anybody else.
It's me.
It's Aaron.
Yeah.
Aaron's the one who's doing this.
So, and then when people, now that he's had a whole weekend of people calling him a bitch and everything else, you're going to go, oh, it was a bit. You guys don't understand. It was just a bit. No, it's not, Pat. You're bothered by this. You're bothered and you're affected. And it's, why not just say it, dude? Like, we all see that the show you do every day is phony, that you're a sensitive boy. Just be a sensitive boy. Part of the reason you might make all these wildly inappropriate comments about children is because you're trying too hard, because this isn't really who you are. You're a sensitive guy who got bullied a lot, whose parents didn't really care about him. You ate your feelings. You got morbidly obese, and now you can't dig yourself out, and someone else has to pay. Admit that, be that guy, and maybe you could get better. But you won't. This guy got so, check this out. This guy got so annoyed by people pointing out that he lied about being engaged and married and everything else that he started wearing a wedding ring on stream.
But if it's a lie, then why are you wearing a wedding ring?
It's just such an insecure thing with this guy. All right, let's continue with John here.
Is that wrong? Why is that a bad thing, you ask? Well, I'll tell you, because if it weren't true, if it wasn't hitting a nerve, you would simply just let it fucking roll off your shoulder. People are going to make up the most wildest things about you on the internet. That's just...
like you do, Patrick. Like you do about everybody. Boy, I tell you what, how this guy has any... Well, he doesn't have fans. He has Aaron haters. But, like, the fact that his dumb inbred audience can't see that this guy is the most literal definition of dish it out but can't take it ever. I don't know how anybody has any respect for this guy. And if you do... I don't know where you came from. I don't know where you were raised, but I'm betting your family tree doesn't fork. That's all I'm saying.
What it is, man.
It's a telephone pole.
Right. Your family tree is a telephone pole.
Silence somebody, especially your biggest fucking guy. So what this leads me to believe is that, Steel Toe is hitting a nerve with all this stuff. Because if it weren't true, there's two ways to go about it. One, you can either come on air and be completely furious about it and be like, yo, what the fuck? This is insane, man. Like, and really go off. Or two, you just ignore it because it's not true. Imagine.
Right. And again, John fucking nailed it. John, a guy who gets the internet. Do your fucking show and then let everything roll off your back. John's right. Patrick can't do that because he can't stop. When he's done with his show, he's clicking on Discord. When he's done with his show, he's clicking on Reddit. When he's done with his show, he's watching other YouTube shows. He has fully immersed himself in this world. He's reading stuff about himself on Kiwi Farms now. He has fully immersed himself in this world, and he cannot stop.
I'm very proud that I have never once actually gone to Kiwi Farms. We talk about it on the show. I know what it is. I have no idea if I'm on there or not. Probably not. I don't think I run Kiwi Farms. But, yeah, I'm very proud that I get done doing a show. I don't have to look at what people said about me. I just go off.
That's the way to do it. I mean, Patrick's a sensitive guy. This obviously bothered him.
Imagine answering every untrue thing about you in this way. Like, you've made up some fucking wild stuff about Steel Toe, and Steel Toe hasn't even fucking said, you know what I want to do? I want to apply for an HRO against Nobody Likes Onions. I mean,
you know why? Because that's a bitch-made move. If I did that, I would hope Johnny would be on the air going, dude, you sound like a bitch right now.
Sound like a conch. Like, who gives a shit?
I would hope he would say, you sound like a bitch. Patrick, your stated goal was to bully a woman off the internet, and you did. So fucking stop it. Be a man. I know you didn't have a daddy that taught you how to be a man. I'll teach you how to be a man. John DiCaprio will teach you how to be a man. And don't think it isn't lost on me how fucking sad that is. But you are...
Be a man, Hogan.
Be a man, Hogan. You are so bitch-made that you think this is something you should do publicly. While you sit here and... you know what this is? This is Patrick Melton upset that he hasn't been able to kill me. That was his stated goal, and he hasn't been able to kill me. That like a fucking cockroach, here I fucking am. And now Patrick is being dragged, and he can't handle it. What's wrong, Patrick? You starting to feel some Red Bar vibes? Remember when you ran away from the internet and you cowered in a corner because Mike David was being mean to me? Is it starting to feel that way again? Are you starting to get a little PTSD? Starting to feel a little hot under the collar? That's just the sauce you had at breakfast. But is it starting to feel a little warm in there? Because the Kiwi Farms, the Reddits, John DiCaprio, all this stuff, starting to feel a little Red Bar-ish again? You can't help it. You're a buffoon. All these steel toe haters gassed you up into thinking you were good. You're not. You were just the conduit that they used to get to me, Pat. And now people are starting to find out a little more about you. And what do you do the minute they start to find out what a fucking creepo you are? You go, look at steel toe, look at steel toe, look at steel toe. You're broken, Pat. You're broken. And I can only be your makeup for so long. That shit's going to start running.
If I were Pat, I probably would have just not talked about this shit at all.
No, because now
there's
not
no
only
winning talking about it in any way, shape, or form.
No, because now you've addressed it, you've shown it bothers you. And number two, you've acted like a complete bitch and lied to your audience. You said this was me. This isn't me. This is people coming to me with this while I go, yeah, guys said a lot of fucked up shit. He's talked about my daughter's genitals. Dude, he's talked about my daughter's genitals. He's talked about other underage people's genitals. The guy has a problem talking, not being able to stop talking about underage people. The clips are out there. Do I think he's some kind of like secret CP guy or anything? No, I don't.
I think he's trying to be edgy and oh wow, this guy doesn't have any barriers. He'll go anywhere, man. Wow, look at this dude he's willing to make jokes like that because he's raw and uncut,
and people just find him uncomfortable. And the thing is, people who do that are traditionally people who haven't made their way in the world, who don't know who they are, and are trying to be something that they think other people will like. And that fits Patrick to a T.
I mean, imagine the ridicule and backlash Aaron would have if he did this to Melton.
Yes.
Melton's actually contemplating applying for an HRO with the whole steel toe thing.
For me.
Yeah. So, I mean, John from Win by 2 fucking nails it. I mean, could you fucking imagine if I talked about doing something like that? Everyone would call me a bitch, and they would be totally correct in doing it. I mean, they would be totally correct in saying, Aaron, this is a bitch move. It would be a bitch move because it is a bitch move. Let's go to, are McBuster and Citizen M getting after it in the chat?
It looks like there might be a bit, yeah.
Oh, yeah, McBuster is saying that Citizen M is sweeping for nobody likes it for Patrick Melton. I mean, nothing I said is untrue. I mean, everything I just said is fact. I don't think Citizen M can debate that. Patrick Melton had nothing going on for 20 years until he was able to latch on to somebody more talented than him. I just wish he could be honest about it because trying to hide that fact seems to be breaking him psychologically. And Pat, dude, it's a few posts on Kiwi Farms. It's a few posts on Reddit, and that's got you shaken up? Look at what
I'm sure it'll stop now that you put all this anger and put all this anger out there about it. I'm sure they're totally going to be like, you know what? Damage done. We've won.
Oh, yeah, they'll stop now. They won't talk about it. They won't dig deeper. They won't look into things. I had people sending me shit today going, you should become an overdose member of his membership thing, and you can get access to this episode, and you should hear the shit he says in this one. But, like, I got people still, like, digging into his membership group and grabbing stuff from there from fucking 4 years ago, 5 years ago. It's crazy what people are going out there and getting. So they're not done with you. And if you want to blame that on me, go ahead and blame that on me. But you set this in motion, pal. You did this to yourself, so don't cry now, bitch.
You made those clips.
Yeah, we didn't say the things that you said. Snigger Niggardly says Patrick needs to call his weight steel toe so he can obsess over taking it down. It might work. M. Koo says, if anything, Aaron could, if anyone could take out an HRO on anyone, I could take it out on him. And I still wouldn't because that's a fucking bitch made. I do a show. I'm public. I mean, in my opinion, people look at a guy like Melton and they're doing that now. They're seeing his character and they're judging him for it. That's better than any HRO. Sunlight.
The best disinfectant.
Is the best disinfectant. Absolutely. McBuster says, Melton said a 10-year-old girl is dead. Her future is over. She's dead. She's dead. He's not edgy. He's, look, McBuster keeps making that allegation. I do not. But again, he's an issue. Kevin Soundboard says he's a sick person and watching this is cathartic. For some people, it is. Patrick is a bleep. The fake fiance has a bigger beard than the one on his face, says Snigger Niggardly. There's that. Sam Show says Aaron Melton has a thread on Kiwi Farms now. Feel free to share Melton's Kiwi Farms link in the chat. I think people should be able to go there and, enjoy some quality entertainment from the fine folks at Kiwi Farms. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says the greatest crime Melton continually gets away with is being not funny. I would agree with that.
That was mine.
You sneak a couple in there every once in a while. Couple of zingers. Elza Belza says Aaron would be called out constantly if he said one of those child fantasy jokes. And I would expect to be. I still get shit from the fucking Iowa jokes that we did. Like, that's what happens. I just
and those were funny jokes.
They were.
If we're honest, the Iowa shows were objectively funny.
That was a good show. It's too bad so many people didn't have a sense of humor and they felt the need to clip it out of context because you could just sit back and listen to the whole show.
And even when that weird like Muppet eyebrowed lady did that clip pasta piece on you, it still looked fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah,
because it looked like people being completely non-serious and just laughing their balls off at making ridiculous insinuations and jokes. And then, nope.
Yeah.
I don't know how you look at that and go, yeah, no, that guy, while he's laughing hysterically with his jaw practically on the floor, yeah, I'm sure he means every word of this.
All right. Look, we're going to move on from the win by 2 thing, but I thought John did a great job with that. And Patrick clearly having a difficult time with all this stuff. I mean, why? I don't understand. Why would you make your whole show like Red Bar Light and going after people if you can't take it? Because like John from Win by 2 can take being made fun of. People shit on him all the time. Mike David,
he doesn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah, Mike David can handle being shit on. It happens to him all the time. Every time Patrick Melton catches a whiff of food, anytime he catches a whiff of any criticism of him, he flies off the handle, goes nuts. Then when people go, oh, Patrick, you're really being a bitch right now, he's, whoa, that was a joke. It was a joke. You guys don't know what jokes are? All right. Okay, Pat. Kevin Soundboard says, I feel like I've been a cop screaming, he's killing everyone, and today everyone finally understands Patrick Melton. Well, I tell you what, if he's on Kiwi Farms, it'll become the Red Bar thing all over again. So enjoy, I suppose. Over 1,000 people checking out Steel Toe today. Thank you so much. Be sure to subscribe to our channel, hit like, hit follow, etc., etc. We are 220 away from knocking out today's goal. We would really like to do that. So if you feel like throwing in a few bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, throw in $5 or $10 and we'll hammer this thing out all together. We wanted to be under 200 by 8 o'clock. We're at 220, so we're not that far away. Knock it out. We'll give you an extra 30 minutes of content at 10 o'clock. I'm oddly obsessed with this. People may find it interesting. They may not. We are going into the news portion of today's show. So if you hate all the, if you hate all the drama stuff or anything like that, or you don't like the personal stuff that Johnny was talking about, or you don't like the Viking stuff that we were doing earlier, don't worry. We're going into the news portion of today's show, and if you hate that we do news, if you're like, this is the fucking boring part, I hate it, well, then in that case, we're going to get into the boring part for you now. But whatever you like, make sure you support it financially so we know what to do more of. That's what I say. Again, about 1,100 of you checking out the show right now. Again, like, subscribe, contribute, and I appreciate that. Let's go into this Titanic thing. A new expedition just went down and took pictures. This one was not taken in a soda can with a PlayStation controller. It was published in the New York Times this weekend. New photos from the Titanic show the long-lost statue and damaged bow of the ship. And it's just kind of a reminder that as you see everything keep growing on this ship, that the Titanic in our lifetime it's going to go away. It's just going to be.
And I'd like to point something out. You've been saying it's a PlayStation controller. It was a Logitech controller. It was the only thing to survive the implosion, and therefore I feel like it should be given proper respect. Like Logitech makes some serious shit. That was the one part of the sub that survived.
I apologize. Isn't it Logitech? Didn't they make the like shitty generic PC gaming controllers back in the day?
They made gaming controllers, and I don't know about shitty. They made mice and stuff. I mean, they're not, I wouldn't say top tier stuff, but like I said, out of everything in that sub, when it imploded, the one thing they recovered intact was the controller.
I mean, that's true. That should mean something. Yeah, they didn't even find a sneaker or a leg in there.
Yeah.
Just a Logitech controller. And didn't they? Yeah, they found it on the ocean floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
They should plug it in, see if it still works, or Bluetooth it.
I bet somebody totally did.
They just got it up from the bottom of the ocean, and they went, all right, just
put it in a box of rice for a week and then see if it works.
Just put it in some rice and see if it works. Well, my phone took a dip in the river, and I put it in a box of Uncle Ben overnight.
Yeah.
I brought it in. They took the thing out, and they looked in there. They go, yeah, there's still water in there. I'm like, oh fuck. So you're saying that it's probably not going to make it. I see. In its first expedition to the Titanic in 14 years, a company with exclusive salvage rights to the wreckage said it had located a bronze statue thought to have been lost forever, and it also discovered some deterioration of the ship. You okay?
That was a phone call from a restricted number.
I know. You know what? I just was a responsible broadcaster. I was about to go answer it and don't. I mean, if you answer them and say, hey, you're on the air, would you like to talk? I mean, then they can, but yeah, you'd have to let them know they're on the air.
Yeah, but it's, again, the kind of thing where I feel like talking isn't going to solve it. I'm a horrible asshole, and even if I say I am and I agree to that and I give her that, I'm not going to change the show, and I'm sure I've misrepresented something and painted her horribly, but like I said, the phone calls, and that might not, to be fair, that might not have been her. It might have just been a random restricted number.
Sure.
Nope, never mind. We're getting another call.
Oh, she must have woke up. You know what? She went to bed at 12:45. She woke up. She got 7.5 hours of sleep. It's a good night's sleep. You jealous a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't get a good night's sleep. Yeah, I really don't know what to do about this because, like, I don't want my phone going off every 5 seconds. And I don't think bringing her on the show is a good idea or a good look. I mean, like, fuck, I guess. It just, I don't.
Oh, there it is again. She's not going to stop, is she?
I don't think so. Like,
do you think maybe if you stepped away? There it is again.
Yeah, dude, like, this is not making me.
If you stepped away,
this is not making me feel like I'm in the wrong here. This, like, literally just not wanting to talk to her and her not respecting that is starting to upset me.
It's almost like she's from California or something.
I just literally put Johnny, block every call from her. Need Trump, she's blocked. She's calling from a restricted number to get around it. I just muted my phone. So Ugh.
Where was there was one I wanted. And Nana's Clam says, as an electronics engineer, stop putting your stuff in rice. Disassemble as much as you can and let air circulate dopes and their rice. Here's a guy you need to hear from, Johnny.
Okay.
It's California, girl.
Oh well,
To accept, press
all right,
1.
never mind. I thought it was someone who actually had some advice because they've been through something similar on this show. But go ahead, California girl.
Johnny, why won't you answer my phone call?
That's not California girl. She's calling me right now.
Johnny, you need to go and get checked. I've got herpes simplex 10. It's real bad. Real bad.
Again, that's not California girl. She's still blowing up my phone.
Well, it could be a California girl.
What the? Yes, it is. This is fucking California girl.
Yeah,
God damn it.
Listen to
California girl.
Oh, there. Yeah, listen to Mikey Two Milks. This is California girl.
Fuck you. It is not. This is California girl, you fucking asshole.
That's what I just said. I said, listen to Mikey Two Milks. This is California girl. And then he hangs up. You piece of shit. I was actually
it seems like we've stopped. We've stopped calling the phone now.
Oh, now I'm getting a phone call. Who is it? Oh, I'm getting a restricted call.
I don't know how she got your number.
Should I or shouldn't I? It's up to you.
That's up to you. It's on your phone. If she's calling you on your phone to talk on the
Call
show,
from.
fine.
To accept.
Oh, they hung up. Okay. They hung up. Oh, man. Scram Person says, Bedabbler is best friends with Melton and has access to children and puppets. He may be more of an actual threat than... I think that Bedabbler guy just, like, he got really into internet drama and that gay Dabbleverse shit, and he just, he's just all in with that. I don't think he's into the same stuff. All right, so with this Titanic thing, first expedition in 14 years. Here's what I found weird about this article. Salvage rights to the wreckage site? Who's allowed to have salvage rights?
And if you
Like,
were
who's
going
allowed
to
to give
salvage
them?
anything, like what's salvageable at this point? What are you waiting for?
Well,
Like half the boat has already melted into the ocean as is. What were we going to salvage?
perhaps decent fishing. You can get some of those weird fish with the giant teeth, with the light bulb on their head. You get a couple of those, bring them up to the top, see what happens. But apparently RMS Titanic Incorporated, so the kind of the legacy company of the Titanic, is allowed to sell salvage rights. And so then these craft go down to the Titanic and they just see it. Like, what's his name in the movie Titanic? Bill Paxton. Is it Bill Paxton?
Yeah.
Like Bill Paxton in Titanic. They just get to go down there and see if they can find the Hope Diamond. Essentially. The footage shows the partial collapse of a railing at the bow of the ship as recently as 2022. Images from a different expedition showed the bow's railing still intact. So what we're finding from these new images is that the Titanic, like we said, is falling apart. And it's going away. And that, here, let's, do we have that 2022? Oh, no, that's the same one. So the Titanic's going to be lost to the sea in our lifetime. And that's just kind of fucking crazy. Like, that this big ship that we all kind of learn about as little kids, it almost becomes a part of it. I know it was a British ship, but it almost has become part of American folk history. That this thing's going to be gone. It's going to be disappeared. Something that's been here our entire lives. It's just going to fall apart and go away. It's just because it was this big, gigantic thing. It's just such a poetic. It's such a poetic reference to the fact that everything built by men, no matter how large, no matter how made of steel, whatever that it is, everything goes back to the earth. Everything rots. Everything disappears. Everything dissolves. It's a testament to Mother Nature as much as anything else. We do have some video of them going down and looking at the Titanic. This, I mean, I don't know how cool this is to some people, but this is fucking awesome to me. That they go down with these ocean craft and these high-powered lights, and they can go look at this thing. Because it's miles down there. Like, it's a long way down.
Yeah, like they can't send expeditions regularly.
No. So here's the there's no sound on this, by the way.
Well, actually, no, they can send expeditions down if they send like the little drones.
Right, but they can't, like, it's expensive to send like manned missions down there, and it's,
Yeah.
I mean, they started going in what, like 86? I think they started going down there. James Cameron's been down there a bunch of times. I mean, it's still holding up pretty well. It's been down there for what, 112 years?
Yeah, lick of paint, a little bit of elbow grease. I think
Yeah.
she'll sail again.
Yeah, let's just bring her up. Yeah, if you tried to lift that thing off the ocean floor, it'd dissolve. It'd turn to crust.
Yeah.
It'd be gone. Well, that's, yeah, it's just weird that one day they're going to go down there to look at the Titanic and they're going to be like, I swear it was right here. Like, where the fuck did it go? Right now, it's just a really big fish house, essentially. Aaron's Big Black Cellmate with $2 says Aaron's behind it, or I'm sorry, I'm behind in the chat. At least you got yourself wet, Johnny. It's a weird way to put it, but all right. We are 220 away from today's goal. We've stagnated a bit after a good start today. If you'd like to contribute to our program, we sure would appreciate it. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Just a quick rally here, and we'll be happy. If you guys want to rally it up, click one of those links and throw us a couple. And we'll be right back on track, and then we won't have to sit here and do this part to you anymore. 220, yeah, let's go on like a $60, $70 run, and then I'll be happy, and we'll be back on track for today. Let's do this Dave Smith Mediaite interview. This annoys the shit out of me. The fact that, like, a guy talks to a guy. Like, especially in politics, where I feel like politics should be one of those things where everybody should be talking to everybody, right?
Yeah, but some people are crazy.
But the more you disagree, the more you kind of come up with ideas, and the more you understand each other, and we can come up with solutions.
Well, unless you
problems.
decide the people you disagree with just shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion.
Right. And that's the tricky part, is that we now have a media, and the media is supposed to be more First Amendment than anyone else because the media is the First Amendment. And you would think that they would be encouraging people, to say wild shit and then argue with each other about this and that and all these other things. But they don't. They do this speech policing thing where they go, well, you talk to this guy, so that means we put you in this category here. And they're like, well, I just wanted to have an interview with an interesting guy. That's what we're supposed to do. No. That makes you Nazi adjacent. It's a problem. It's an issue. I don't think it's a good thing, but it just seems to keep gaining more and more steam. And Mediaite did this with Dave Smith recently, and we're going to play some of this interview. Mediaite is a site that used to just be an aggregate for news clips. And they had a lot of great information, and you could keep up with a lot of what was going on politically by reading and watching Mediaite. Now they've just become, I don't know if they got bought out by somebody in the last 7-8 years, but they've just
kind of started leaning hard left.
Yeah, like hard left, to the point where they're so hard left that even the headlines of the videos they're putting out there is
Right.
suggestive and tries to get you thinking a certain way before you even play the video. So, like, this one is titled, Dave Smith destroys Ben Shapiro for dumping Candace Owens. Hardcore bigotry. Now, does Dave Smith hate Ben Shapiro? Probably not. But Mediaite puts, Dave Smith destroys Ben Shapiro, and then the people who don't like Ben Shapiro go, yeah, fuck Ben. And meanwhile, Dave Smith was probably just giving Ben a little bit of criticism for the way he handled the Candace Owens thing. If you don't know about the Ben Shapiro-Candace Owens thing, Candace Owens was very popular at the Daily Wire, but she said some shit about Jews that Ben Shapiro didn't like, and so he he fired her. He got rid of her because she didn't like what Israel was doing in the Middle East. Now, not liking what Israel's doing in the Middle East, to me, is not a fireable offense. It sounds like a legitimate criticism.
Actually, yeah, I feel like a lot of people are going to be on board with that, especially after the American that got killed by the Israelis.
Sure. So, Mediaite brings on Dave Smith, who's a comedian and political commentator. And I don't know if this is a controversial take or not. I think Dave Smith is a better political commentator than he is a comedian. But he goes on with this guy from Mediaite. And this guy from Mediaite is just like, you'd think he was created in a lab. He's such a bitch when it comes to that. Like, you talk to this guy, and this guy's known as this, and this guy's, trying to do the guilt by association game. And Dave Smith, to his credit, does not go for it. Let's check this out.
With Dave Smith, he's a comedian, commentator, host of the Part of the Problem podcast. You are close with some figures who I'd say, it's safe to say, provoke a lot of controversy. The big media figures I'm thinking of, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Okay, let me stop him there. Why are they controversial? Because people like Aidan McLaughlin say they're controversial. That's the thing about the media that I can't fucking stand. They create the story and then report the story as if they had nothing to do with creating it. Jim Norton said once, they're a bunch of firebugs who set fires and then show up later to watch it.
Yeah, well, this is like the professor who got fired when his student asked him about the Harry Potter lady, like, oh, well, she's a bigot, and he deconstructed the question and goes, that's a leading question, let's start with this. And by the end, the kid apologized for saying, yeah, I guess I was wrong. He's doing the same thing. He's starting with a leading question of, look, this guy is doing this person is that, right out the gate. And
right. The media will go, Tucker Carlson is controversial. And then they'll go to a guy that talks to Tucker Carlson, and they'll go, you hang out with controversial people like Tucker Carlson. It's like, well, who said he's controversial? Well, we did. And I'm like, well, isn't that convenient? That's perfect.
Sure. You seem to be comfortable engaging with figures that a lot of people would consider beyond the pale. Why is that? And do you ever think that those two maybe in particular go too far?
How fucking pathetic is it that you are a journalist? You are a journalist and you're going, how can you talk to people who are controversial? That's your fucking job, dildo. How about the fact that it's been so sad in this country for the last 30 years that we've been looking to comedians to do a journalist's job? Hey, George Carlin, you do a lot of biting commentary on American culture. Why? Because somebody has to do it. Jon Stewart, you're a more respected name than CNN in news. Why is that? Because CNN fucking sucks. Dave Smith, you'll talk to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Why? Because they have an opinion.
You have to.
Right. Because you have to talk to them. And what are they, lepers? This guy's like, you'll talk to a lot of people that a lot of us in the media won't. Well, that is a damnation of you in the media rather than of Dave Smith. A comedian will talk to these guys. A lowly comedian, but a big, bad, saving the world, reporting the truth journalist won't? Fuck, dude.
Well, first off, I would say that, both Candace and Tucker, have millions and millions of viewers. And so it's I don't know about the framing that they are kind of controversial figures. They are controversial figures. I'm not disagreeing with that exactly. But it is interesting how, you'll always have, Brian Stelter type guys who are like this fringe controversial figure. And you're like, well, that's one way to say it. Another way to say it is a wildly more popular, wildly more successful at what you do than you are.
Tucker Carlson has, and by the way, did you hear that CNN brought Brian Stelter back?
They did?
Yeah, fucking No Pants Stelter is back on CNN.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. But Dave Smith is right. You don't get to call these people fringe and controversial when they literally have more people watching them than you do. That's insane.
But I think that, I've always been focused on issues of war and corruption and just things that are really so evil that whenever there's kind of like a consensus amongst the establishment that this topic is beyond the pale or something like that, I'm like, wait, what? I mean, you like.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. They get to decide what's controversial. They get to decide what's out of bounds. They get to set the Overton window on what's okay to talk about. Then, as soon as someone talks about, and ironically, the things that they think are too controversial or too far-fetched are the things that they themselves don't want to talk about because it makes their agenda not look so good.
Yeah.
So then Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens go, they don't want us to talk about this. Let's talk about this. And then the media goes, they're talking about banned topics or they're talking about controversial fringe things. Only because you set the game up that way. That's like they were sitting there and they're like, well, where are the 10 pins in our bowling lane? And they're like, well, we put one of the pins down in lane 19. And then on their second ball, they go knock down that pin in lane 19. And they go, whoa, they're fucking bowling in the wrong lane. This is crazy. It's like, but you set the game up that way. It's the devil's advocate. They set the rules in opposition to each other. I mean,
everybody, because I'm old enough to remember, at this point, this is weird. I'm 41, so I'm transitioning into being an old person. And what's interesting about that is now you have I could go back 20 years and I remember it quite well. I remember what was going on. And all of the people who sold us a war based on lies where 1 million people got killed all still have their jobs.
Yeah.
None of them are shunned in polite society. Yet I'm supposed to pretend that whatever, if Tucker talks about aliens or something, then that's beyond the pale.
Tucker had that Daryl Cooper guy on his show, that World War II historian who,
right.
I'm going to tell you, Daryl Cooper sounds like he wanted the Nazis to win. And he's going to reframe history so it's okay to feel bad that the Nazis didn't win World War II. Daryl Cooper.
So you're a fan of his.
Oh, God, love him. No. Daryl Cooper is a fucking weird guy. And Tucker had him on his show. And I find it hard to believe that I'm the only person left alive who looks at that and goes, wow, Tucker's having a really interesting guest on that I don't agree with. And this is really entertaining to listen to. And never once do I go, oh, Tucker agrees with everything this guy's saying and Tucker believes all of this shit. There are people who think that because you sit next to a guy, you endorse his ideas, that somehow you catch this shit by osmosis. It's fucking childish, but these people are running the agenda. They're running the conversations we have in this country. We have an election coming up in less than 2 months, and these are the people who are trying to control the flow of information and control the way things are talked about. And that's 1984. That's fucking crazy shit. And I'm worried too many people buy it. I mean, maybe not as many because a lot of these people they try to shun are really fucking popular. But I feel like they're popular in a bubble, so to speak.
I don't really have that attitude with anyone.
Well, just speaking of specifics with Candace, sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
She's lately she's been getting in a lot of trouble for.
You love that. You love how this Aiden McLaughlin doesn't address anything that Dave Smith just said. Dave Smith just went,
right,
hey.
because he can't, so he immediately moves to something he can talk about. Yeah, right. Well, let's switch gears because I'm losing.
Yeah.
So Candace Owens is a horrible person, but he's gonna lead us in with starting out with with an already with the intent before we talk about why this is the result. So now let's talk about why.
Well, and then you said he rephrases the question to be about Candace Owens because he's, quote, losing. The problem is that he sees it that way. If you're a journalist interviewing a guy, there is no winning or losing for you. You're just there to get information out of your subject. The fact that the media goes into these things with the agenda is exactly what I'm bitching about. They go into an interview with Dave Smith going, I'm going to insult Ben Shapiro. I'm going to insult Candace Owens. I'm going to let people know that this guy follows weird fringe people. Instead of being curious about what your guest thinks, asking him questions and letting him answer. There's an agenda from Jump Street, and Johnny's right. Aiden McLaughlin changed the question to turn it into Candace Owens because what Dave Smith said about the media lying us into fucking wars is way worse than anything Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro does.
Commentary that I think is quite clearly anti-Semitic. I've been covering her since her days when she was liberal. and was on YouTube, and then she.
Well, that's probably where she learned the racism.
And then she was okay.
Yeah, right. It's probably where she learned the racism and
I
anti-Semitism.
covered her when she was one of our friends, and she traded teams because she dared to think for herself instead of being our token black lady.
Right. Well, and
I thought
Candace,
she learned that those uppity people are supposed to do what we say.
Candace Owens got herself in the news by creating basically a snitch app for the internet where you could like rat out people and try to get them banned from everything. Like that was her big thing. And now she's Miss Conservative Free Speech. Okay.
She was on Fox a couple times. She went to InfoWars, and then she had this big career as a conservative commentator, obviously. But the last couple of years, commentary's gone really extreme. I mean, she did a whole thing there where she staked her reputation on Emmanuel Macron's wife. She claimed that she was a man, which is obviously insane. Does that stuff give you pause?
And by the way, are you noticing how chopped to shit this interview is?
Yeah.
It's choppy as fuck. They edited the shit out of this. But how about the fact that like,
And I love how he's talking about Candace's things they did wrong. He's making the other guy laugh. Like, I don't...
Right.
The claiming to be a man thing, didn't she do that as a bit?
Right.
I don't remember.
And are you here to
I have
talk?
no idea.
Are you here to talk to me about, you know, the news and personalities and stuff, or are you here to just like use me as an emotional tampon so you can bitch about Candace Owens? Did she fuck you and not call? What's the deal?
Pause about her, or do you see it as just kind of, you know, par for the course of a commentator like her and not something that would turn you off from engaging with her?
No, I don't. It wouldn't stop me from engaging with her. And I don't think, you know, I mean, it's funny because there's so many little worlds out there. But actually, I was both me and Candace Owens were being, let's say, sharply criticized by Nick Fuentes earlier this week because he does not agree with you and he does not think we hate the Jews enough.
And I believe, I could be wrong, I'm pretty sure Dave Smith is Jewish.
Yeah.
So I mean,
don't
that's
know.
Kind of awkward.
There's like, you know, I don't know. There's all these different kind of like angles of looking at this stuff. I do not look, I'm a Jewish kid who grew up with a single mom in Park Slope, Brooklyn. And my whole life was living in Brooklyn and then being a stand-up comedian. I am a product of almost the most diverse lifestyle and background you could have. I am not in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't, let's just say, I don't even know exactly the best way to put this. I don't think anybody is without their bigotry, but I really don't hold ignorant prejudices about any group of people because I've been around every group of people.
Like, if this was about Dave Smith being a piece of shit, right then, Aiden McLaughlin would probably go, well, we found this clip from Legion of Skanks where you made these jokes about this group and these groups. You know, it's just gross that the interviewer will let certain shit slide if he needs something from the guest, but he won't let certain shit slide if he has an agenda with the guest. I don't like the way these interviews are done.
I'm having some
gross.
flashbacks with this. Yeah, it's really shitty when you're a guest on a show and it's almost like you were brought there to be a weapon to drive a point home, and it's just like you didn't really come there for that. And,
right, they're trying to just get Dave to talk shit about Candace Owens.
And with his regards to bigotry, like I've always said to people, I'm like, I don't think, like, a lot of people are like, oh, people are racist. I feel like a lot of people that get called racist are really just people with prejudices that have had experiences. So they act on those prejudices based on their experiences, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're racist. And on top of that, just having a diverse background and growing up with a diverse background doesn't make you plus or minus in terms of whether or not what you say is like hard, like whether or not what you say is bigotry or not, like that. Like you can't be like, oh, I have a diverse background, so like I don't really harbor ill will towards any particular group. I feel like most of us actually don't.
Yeah, it's the I have black friends kind of an argument. But I just don't like how the media gets to dictate the out of bounds topics, and then if you talk about those topics innocently, then somehow you're now out of bounds, or like it's this weird game that's set up against.
Did you forget COVID and medical misinformation? That's still a thing,
right? All that too. Yeah, same thing. Like, you know, Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, all of this, like, hey, comment on them. It's like, well, they're fine. They get to talk about their shit like you guys get to talk about your shit, but you've decided that their shit is dangerous. Your shit is fine. Why doesn't anybody ever accuse Rachel Maddow of any of the things they accuse Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens for? She's radical on a bunch of shit, but they've decided that the shit she's radical about is okay. For example, half this country finds abortion to be reprehensible. They find it to be baby murder. They find it to be infanticide. They find it to be one of the most evil things in the world. But yet people can go on MSNBC, talk about abortion all day long, talk about how you should be able to do it up until the minute the baby's born. There should be no restrictions on abortion. That is a remarkably extreme radical position to a lot of people in this country. But because the media has decided that that topic is okay, well, we get to talk about it. Well, then why can't we talk about Israel that way? Why can't we talk about foreign policy that way? The fact that they get to gatekeep and tell us what's okay to talk about, and then on the other side of their mouth tell us we have free speech is fucking ridiculous.
Well, that's why they're pissed at people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, because those people were in the system. They were part of the machine. They're out of it. Now they're doing whatever they want, no tether, and they're successful at it. Megyn Kelly's show on YouTube gets more views than like all of the main news networks' YouTube channels like combined or something.
Right.
Like
And what I don't understand about that is, so the media says that the shit Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson talk about is extreme and fringe, yet more people watch them than they do the mainstream news media. So who's fringe? If what they're talking about is drawing this big of a crowd,
they're projecting.
They're
projecting.
But then that topic must not be a fringe topic. It must not be controversial. Or it could be controversial, but it must not be fringe and out there if more people want to hear about that than they do the horse shit that these people are talking about.
Yeah, but if we talk about that, we're not talking about the horse shit we're trying to make you swallow. Now
Cat
shut up and
ladies
take
and
your medicine.
Cat ladies and blue hair. Oh my God. By the way,
Did you know that JD Vance doesn't know how to order donuts?
They asked Nikki Haley about the blue-haired cat lady shit, and I'm just like, motherfucker, when are you going to let this go? And guess what Nikki Haley did?
I'm guessing she attacked Vance and kind of threw him under the bus.
She addressed it. Yeah, she addressed it, and she, said that it's bad, and it's, oh, fucking hell, blue-haired cat ladies. Don't give them this much attention. They'll never go away.
Have as strong an allergy to prejudice as a lot of people in this country do. Like, I don't think if somebody, like, let's just say somebody is
First of all, a lot of people don't have that allergy to prejudice. They're just, they're fucking virtue signaling that they're upset. So easy.
I don't really like Jewish people. I'm like, okay.
Cut. That's a drop.
Let's just say somebody is like, I don't really like Jewish people. It's like, I don't really like Jewish people.
He says it like a Jew, too. That's the funniest part of that. Listen.
I don't really like Jewish people.
It just sounds
I like the okay part in there, too. Personally, I feel like okay.
Jewish people. I'm like,
whoops. Let's go right here.
I like Jewish people.
Oh, no, that totally changes what he said.
It's like, I don't really like Jewish people. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's the part I'm saying, like, okay, put that on there.
Yeah, like, okay. Yeah, there's
okay.
That's the drop.
He is like, I don't really like Jewish people. I'm like, okay.
Hold on.
Say somebody is like, I don't really like Jewish people. I'm like, okay.
End of the interview. It'd be funny if that was the end of the video right there.
And we're out.
Somebody is like, I don't really like Jewish people. I'm like, okay. So you're right.
There you go. Okay.
All right. I'm probably not going to be your friend, but like, I'm not against having a conversation with you. I don't think that's correct that you have that view, but like, I don't know. Are you not like, again, you're not lying people into a war that's going to kill 1 million people.
Right. Thank you. Why can't you fucking talk to a guy that doesn't like Jewish people? Johnny, I'm talking to you when you don't answer my calls. Why can't you talk to a guy who thinks that Hitler should have won World War II? Why can't you? I don't understand the harm in talking to that guy. If you think It's probably because the media thinks we're all so fucking stupid that if we listen to a guy who was rooting for Hitler in World War II, we're going to start rooting for Hitler in World War II. First of all, World War II has been adjudicated.
It'll turn the tide of the war.
Yeah, it's over, all right? There's no Battle of the Bulge. And second of all, the media treats people like they're such fucking retards that they ban this shit because they think, oh, well, if you just hear it, you'll start believing it. It's like, well, that's because that's what you do. Like Dave Smith said, if he has a conversation with a guy who just doesn't like Jewish people, that's pretty benign. If you tell lies about weapons of mass destruction that starts a war that gets 1 million people killed, it kind of, not to make this about the Dark Knight, but it's kind of the, it's all according to the plan so nobody freaks out.
Right.
He's right.
Kind of a view I disagree with. Personally, I don't think Candace's every conversation I've ever had with her, both on air and off air, she's kind of bent over backwards to be like, I genuinely have nothing against Jewish people. I've loved Jewish people my whole life. My roommate that I used to live with is Jewish. I grew up going to bat mitzvahs all the time and stuff. I take her at her word on that. I think she's going down some conspiracies that she's like diving headfirst into. And I don't really know how much any of them are right or wrong. But I do think that I find it very rich that
this is what I mean. This is a 7-minute long interview.
Right.
Has Dave Smith talked about anything Dave Smith does or anything Dave Smith believes?
Well, right now he's actually, in a weird way, he's kind of covering for Candace Owens.
That's
saying,
what I mean.
Like she's, and that's the best part, though. They titled this that he's destroying Ben Shapiro for dumping Candace Owens. I haven't heard the hardcore bigotry part or where any of that is. It really doesn't seem like he's destroying either of them.
And not only that, this Aiden McLaughlin guy has brought, this is kind of like that interview you did with that weirdo with the sunglasses, where, he brings a guy on and he goes, okay, now defend this person. It's like, well, I'm here to talk about me. I'm here to talk. I thought you and I would talk about like the news and shit like that. You just want me to come on and be the PR person for somebody else? That's a fucking bullshit move.
Like Ben Shapiro and some of the stuff he's said about Arabs, and then they can turn around and like someone like almost like Mr. Take the Gloves Off with every single group of people. Like Ben Shapiro, go watch some videos of Ben Shapiro talking about black people. And he has no problem taking the gloves off and being like, here's the problem with black people. This is what you guys do wrong. This is what you guys need to do right. And no one's ever like pressuring him like, wait, are you saying all black people don't take care of their kids or something like that? And he's like, no, I'm just looking at the statistics or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you're okay playing that game. I don't think it's necessarily, the worst thing in the world that he says some of those things. I don't think it's 100% true, but maybe some of it needs to be heard. But then if anybody were to ever do that with Jews, he'll be the first to he turns into a woke leftist and starts just calling everybody.
That's always been my problem with Ben Shapiro too. He's right. And I'm sorry that Dave Smith had to go on this show and just talk about other people the whole time, but
he's right.
He's right. Ben Shapiro has said horrible things about Muslims, horrible things about black people. And that's fine. He's allowed to say that.
He made a music video.
He really did. And then, like, one of his own employees goes, I think the fucking Jews in Israel are getting over their skis. I think they're, like, fucking slaughtering people, and it's not cool. Oh, you're fired. How could you talk so anti-Semitically and things like that? It's like, whoa. So now you get to pick? And what's funny is if Ben Shapiro, if some black activist, if Patrice Kahlurs did the same thing where she trashed Jews and she trashed Arabs, then when one of her employees trashed black people, she fired him, Ben Shapiro would be all over her for what a fucking hypocrite she is. I don't like Ben Shapiro. I never got Ben Shapiro. Like Ben Shapiro to me has always been a Crowder who wasn't trying to be funny. Because like, Ben Shapiro became really famous doing those, facts don't care about your feelings university tours, right?
Debates and stuff.
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro, like Steven Crowder, would go argue with 18-year-old retards, and people would go, oh, man, this guy's just fucking crushing and he's destroying. All of us should be able to crush and destroy in that room. If you can't, it's embarrassing.
a racist. I don't
recall
really
some
believe
deleted
in doing
tweets.
that.
Recall some deleted tweets about Arabs that were.
Oh, I don't even think they're deleted. I think they're
really?
still up there.
Yeah, Ben doesn't delete his shit about Arabs. Ben stands by those.
I mean, I think he apologized for him or something like that, but I think he left it up there. No, but it was literally like something like how Arabs like to play in mud and blow things up, and Jews like to build civilization. I mean, like real deal, you know, like hardcore
Well, I mean, it's
bigotry
more,
stuff.
dude. Let's be fair. It's not build. It's more like work their way into.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna say build or subvert. Look, tomato. Creation, subversion.
Look, you guys don't build everything, but you certainly own it.
Right?
Certainly own it.
Or at the very least, finance it.
Yeah.
I say what I believe. Whatever platform I go on, I'm going to say what I believe. And I'm never going to find a platform with someone who like they 100% agree with everything I say, or I 100% agree with them.
That's not true, Dave. Go on reason.com. They'll agree with 100%. No, I just hate that shit when they bring somebody on and they go, "Oh, glad to have you on the show." And then they go, let's talk a bunch of shit about this person. And you're like, whoa, that's not what I came here to do. I didn't come here to just talk shit about that guy. I came here to, we thought we were going to talk about the news. Oh, no, you silly goose. No, I just wanted to talk shit about this guy and thought you would be you would jump in here and start. It really just does become gossip hour.
Yeah.
That's about it.
And he's, again, pointing fingers at people, making assumptions about them, and then asking the other guy literally just to validate them.
Yeah, what does Dave Smith's opinion on Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens do?
Well, I guess because he interacts with them, I guess they want him to come in here and be like, yeah, dude, it's like going into the devil's lair. She's a snake and or whatever they're looking for from him. But yeah, he's just literally going, no, she has opinions. I don't agree with them.
Yeah.
She's a person.
Some are saying gifting 5 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Coyote Nevada with $4.99 says, would they interview Hitler in 1939? I mean, they put him on Time Magazine and made him Man of the Year in, I think, 33, 38, one of those years.
Yeah, he was actually quite popular for a short period of time.
Aaron Cartman with $4.99 says, at this point, I don't think you can do 30 jumping jacks. Have more faith in Johnny to do them. Love the show, and don't keep forgetting to do them. All right, I'll do them during overtime today if we get there. We are $200 away from knocking out today's goal, and we've got about an hour and 15 minutes left. So we're well behind at this point. We could use a rally. PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, those are my favorite places for you guys to donate to the show. If you could, that would be great. Those are empty at the moment. If we could rally up here a little bit, that would be cool. Trying to keep the begging to a minimum as people don't like it, and I get it. I understand that, but I also have to keep my job, and that depends on your donation. So I do have to ask you for money in order to keep Johnny here and Matt and myself. And as you know, the little break we had to take certainly fucking kicked us hard in the dick. So these goals are going to be important, especially for the next month or two, while we rebuild everything. $200 away. Just go ahead and click one of those links. I'd really appreciate everybody who likes this show just throwing in $5 or $10 every once in a while. It would mean a lot to me. So $200 away. Let's get into the hundreds. Let's knock this thing out. We give you 30 minutes of extra content every time you knock out that goal as a thank you. I would appreciate it. So pretty please with cherries on top. Throw us a couple bucks. We're now at a very common point in this show, which is we're behind, we could use your help portion of today's show. Please help out. Police detained Tyreek Hill yesterday before the Dolphins game with the Jags, and the police are now ordering an immediate review of his detainment. You know what I don't like about this is that if this were just some guy, the police would have been like, yeah, it was a reckless driving pullover. He didn't cooperate, so we put him on the ground and we roughed him up a little bit and whatever. And by the way, In that last clip, I want to point out, in the headline, it said, quote, hardcore bigotry. Dave Smith destroys Ben Shapiro for dumping Candace Owens.
Yeah, we never got that part.
We never got that part. So that was just Mediaite just being chicken shits.
And lying out their ass.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't like Mediaite anymore because Mediaite just, kind of does that. They do that shit now. But when it comes to this Tyreek Hill thing, I wish the police would treat everybody like they do Tyreek Hill. You know, when Tyreek Hill gets pulled over and he gets a knee in his back and everything else, people go, oh, it's fucking terrible. It's awful. How dare you do that to Tyreek? And the police go, oh, well, we'll look into it. We'll order an immediate review of the arrest. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You didn't do that for Joe Schmo down the block when you did the same thing to him. Oh, well,
nobody knows who Joe is.
Exactly. We didn't get called out for that one. And, people didn't bitch at us for it. But Tyreek Hill got arrested yesterday. Take a look at that car he's driving, first off. That is kind of a cop magnet if you're driving fast. But they pulled him over on suspicion of reckless driving. And then there was a scuffle. Tyreek Hill ended up on the ground with a knee in his back. This is the video.
Chill out.
We have of it.
Dylan, get on video.
I did. Dylan.
Yeah, get on video. The part where they're doing this. None of the parts that led up to it.
Right.
Let's just have this on video.
Come on, I'll give you guys box seats. You guys want box seats? It's going to be a good game.
Oh, God, looky loose. Eat it,
right?
dick.
You know how many people are fucking late for, well, it was Sunday, so it wasn't work, but they're late for something, or they're trying to get home, or they're trying to do whatever, and all these people have to stop and stare at the guy on the ground? Like, fucking keep moving.
So wait a minute. Someone's filming with their phone, and then you're filming with your phone? So, like, literally, both of you have to get your phone out to film this?
Yeah.
Right.
Dylan, no. I'm trying to get on video.
They put him in handcuffs. Oh, fuck.
They must just be doing it because he's black.
See, there's
Not
literally
those white people in handcuffs.
Check this out, though. There's literally people walking to the game. There's people in Dolphins shit walking to the game as he's being arrested and detained. I believe that's the stadium right there.
So was he on his way to the stadium?
Yes, he was on his way to the game, and he was detained by police.
For reckless driving.
For reckless driving, yeah.
Oh, he's on his way to the game. Oh, I bet you this Rolls Royce is another.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, they even knew who he was when they were filming it. They knew that was Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill did a very funny. Do we have his celebration? We'll pull it up here in a second. But first, sources told ESPN's Jeff Darlington that Hill was stopped for speeding and then got into a verbal altercation with police and was subsequently placed in handcuffs. Hill was cited for reckless driving. The traffic incident happened about one block from the stadium. Several teammates saw the incident and stopped to offer support, according to the team. The Miami-Dade Police Department released a statement from Director Stephanie V. Daniels, who requested an immediate review of the incident. Well, here's the problem. If you get pulled over for speeding, fucking license and registration and just wait for your ticket. But he probably got into do you know who the fuck I am, and I'm late for the game, and blah, 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 and the cops don't fucking care because they have a job to do. So this got into, probably a few fuck yous were flung back and forth, and finally they were like, all right, get out of the car. So there was a verbal altercation. He was driving way too fast. It's all so unnecessary the way this type of shit goes down. Because, again, now the police look like assholes. And everyone's going to go, what the fuck are you doing to Tyreek Hill? And it's one of those it takes two type of things. The cops don't like being swore at. So then they drag him out of the car, all for speeding. It's not necessary. None of this needs to happen. Somebody can de-escalate, but nobody does.
I think really these two groups of people just need to get together, Tyreek Hill and the cops, and need to look at each other and say, look, man, I had some help. Don't make me act like I pulled that bottle off the shelf. Damn it, I don't know
you
the
don't know the words
because I'm not a mo.
Fuck. You're saying that they could have said to each other, I had some help. don't think I can make this kind of mess all by myself.
There we go.
Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that bottle off the shelf. Been deep in every weekend, if you couldn't tell. They say teamwork makes the dream work. Hell, I had some help.
I have to take this. It's a medical call.
Oh, for real? Are you being...
Yeah.
Okay. Muted Growl says, Aaron, you told the cops, what's the problem, boss, when you got pulled over. I did. I was being kind of a dick, but I wasn't like, fuck you. How are you pulling me over? I was annoyed that he pulled me over. But to express that annoyance, I just went, what's the problem, boss? And then I gave him my license, gave him my registration. That's the thing. Everyone acts like such a hard ass about cops. Like, yeah, fucking cops do this, do that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know the cops aren't the people you argue with. There's never been an instance where cops came and then you went, no, that's not the way things happened. And they go, oh, okay, well, sorry, my mistake. I'll leave. Like, that's judges, attorneys, shit like that. That's where you do the arguing. You don't argue with the police because nothing's going to fucking happen. Save your breath. Save your energy. 209 with $25 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, 209. I hope that sparks a rally. That helps a ton. 180 away from this morning's goal. Thank you so much. Anybody who follows that is a friend of mine. 180 away from knocking it out today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Keep that going. Let's roll that up. Let's have 4 or 5 more of those, and let's be in a good spot for today. Thank you, guys, very, very much. Yeah, somebody said something about the teammates. I wanted to go back up to that comment. Yeah, Nana's Clam says, teammates offering support. What, shouting at the cops? Yeah, you don't need to, like, you getting involved is not going to make shit better. You know, you jumping, like I said, there's never been a situation where somebody got pulled over or someone got detained by cops outside a bar and their friend went, hey, man, he's cool. And the cops went, oh, well, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, if they're cool, like, I had no idea they were cool. But that's on me. I apologize. He's free to go. Let's get this, the Tyreek Hill touchdown. Tyreek Hill touchdown celebration. I wanted to show you guys this one. So Tyreek Hill goes off for a touchdown. And then 10 a.m. he gets pulled over. That would be 10 a.m. Eastern. 11. So an hour before the game he gets pulled over. Or 2 hours before the game he gets pulled over. And then he scores a touchdown. I want to find one that's not a short because those aren't very long. Or those aren't very, you can't, what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? You can't maximize them. But here's Tyreek Hill scoring the touchdown. And his celebration, which is awesome.
He's caught Hill! Foot race! Driving!
Now watch the celebration here.
Oh, he's a ghost!
Oh, they didn't. Fuck you for not showing the celebration. Here we go. There, yeah. So he puts his hand behind his back, and his teammate cuffs him as kind of a little fuck you to the cops, which is funny. I liked it. But like, you're a multi-millionaire athlete. Like, why won't you, like, why not just take the ticket, pay the fucking ticket, and call it a day? Like, it's such a nothing thing. But, you know, you got to fight everything. You got to go and, like, you know, yell at the cop, like, fuck you, I got a game to catch. This is going to take 5 or 10 minutes. And also, look at the car he was driving. If you're not speeding in that vehicle, you're gay. That's an I need to speed vehicle, is what that is. Death Beholden says, oh, Aaron, because he's a toddler with money. Well, that's probably fair too. It's not like guys who have been famous athletes their whole lives haven't been pampered and catered to and you know, taken care of their whole life. That's a good point. Still up over 900 people checking out the show this morning. Thank you very, very much. We're still 180 away. I would really like to knock that out, so pretty please. 209 gave us 25 earlier. We get a few more of those in. We're going to be just fine. Thank you guys. Keep going. The money, unfortunately, most important part of the show. It keeps the content flowing. Please and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. I think we've been very good at not asking the last few weeks. We don't ask. We don't start asking until it really starts to get into crunch time. So don't let it interfere with the show. Throw us a couple of bucks. If you like what we're doing, this is a listener donation-supported show. Pretty please. Really, the goals are mandatory at this point. We've hit a low point money-wise. It's some expensive shit's happened. And the goals are no longer a suggestion for about the next month or two. They're a must. Georgia school shooter apologized to his mom the morning of the shooting. And the mom, honestly, I'm getting really close to wanting to put people from this school in jail over this, because not only did they get a call from the shooter that morning that he was going to shoot up 5 schools and that one would be the first, and the school, you knew then, and you did nothing. But now the mom called the school after the kid texted her before the shooting and said, I'm sorry, and blah, 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 sent this goodbye text to her. So the school never locked down. The school never shut down. The school never escorted the kids out. The school never
called the cops.
Never called the cops. Didn't shut down classes for the day. Just this attitude of we get threats. We've had threats before and nothing's going to happen. And this was also avoidable. And then the FBI interviewed this asshole last year. It's getting to be too much every time this shit happens, because you listen to these disingenuous politicians and these people in the media, and they'll go, we need to get the guns. We need to get people's guns. What did legal gun owners have to do with any of this? Why did they have to be punished for any of this shit happening? A legal gun owner has never done anything like this before. If you want to know who's done this before, watch Adonis Paul's show. He'll show you.
I need that list.
He'll show you political affiliation. He'll show you the whole thing. But I don't know. It's one of those deals where you sit there and you have to choose between, is this shit planned so that they can, go on their little diatribes about guns and everything else? Or are these people this incompetent? Now, when you get to the school part of it, I believe in incompetence. With the FBI, I believe it's intentional. Same thing with the Trump assassination attempt. I just feel like they let shit happen so that they can pursue an agenda and so that they can be needed more. Now, in a perfect world, the FBI would have fucked this shit up so much already that we would have gotten rid of them.
Right. There wouldn't have had this whole event happen.
Well, and they go, well, nobody ever hears about our successes. We're not supposed to. That's your fucking job. That's like a chef going, nobody ever, comes over and gives me a big hug and a pat on the back when I get a plate of food out. But that's your job. That's what you do. Yeah, but everybody fucking shits on me when I pull out a dish and it's, black as charcoal. It's right, because then you fucked up at your job.
Nobody ever hears about our successes. Well, the only successes you wave in our faces are these weird anti-militist group you suddenly found and captured, but we don't know who they are because you keep all their masks on in the photos.
Yeah, well, and then, your only successes are when you're doing shit against the rest of us. That's why we don't want to talk about them. They're successes to you.
We all agree January 6th was a massive success. You guys pulled that off brilliantly.
Oh, it was 9/11 times the Civil War. If you ask me, it was an American tragedy. January 6th. Los Tejas Synthesizer says school shootings will increase until you puss out and disarm. Right? Now, the school not shutting down and the school not doing anything about it, that I understand. That I get. I don't understand it like I forgive them. I mean, I can see that being gross incompetence because it's a school. But, yeah, the FBI missing, the FBI doesn't miss. Ever. If the FBI wants somebody, they hear a whisper about a guy and they're showing up at his house. Same thing with the Secret Service. These guys only miss when they want to miss, in my opinion. So now we've got a phone call to the school, the FBI visiting this kid in 2013, or 2023, excuse me. And now we have the mother of the shooter making a frantic phone call to the school telling officials she got a call from her son and feared the worst. Her name is Marcy. She was with, who the fuck is Charles? Oh, the kid's grandfather. She was with the grandfather when she got the text and frantically called Appalachia High School and told a counselor this was an extreme emergency. The Washington Post says Marcy told her sister, I was the one that notified the school counselor at the high school. I told them it was an extreme emergency and for them to go immediately and find Colt to check on him. No. First of all, you lock down the fucking school.
Or I don't know. I don't call the counselors. I call the police. Like,
yeah.
I'd be like, hey, they need to do this. And then I call the counselors. Because, like, the police aren't going to get there immediately.
Yeah.
And while the police are on the way, you call the counselors. You're like, hey, I called the police. You need to be weary of this person. There's some crazy shit going down. Fucking locked down, like, kind of thing. I don't know.
Thank you very much to John for $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Guys, like I said, rally up, please. We need to knock these out. These are very important nowadays. It's been a rough road, but it's not missing goals. It's literally having to miss shows that fucked us up a little bit. But we'll get back on track. It'll be okay. We just need to knock all of these out. We got about an hour to do it. 175 away. Keep chipping in. Please keep giving to this program. You guys have been doing lately what we've seen is like the first hour and a half. We really just kind of fucking blow through shit and just do great.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it's just kind of like we spend the last hour stressing. So let's try to break up that dynamic a little bit. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are my 3 favorite ways for you to contribute to the show. That helps the most with the least taken out. YouTube and Rumble are great as well. Gifting memberships is awesome. If you can contribute to this show and show you appreciate it and want it to stick around in any way, click those links. Contribute to the program. We sure would appreciate it. All right. So the whole school shooting thing, why don't they, here's my problem. If this is all kind of designed to get people's guns, it's clearly not working. Can you go try something else, please? Can you stop allowing children to be murdered just so you can have your way on guns? Because 2 things are happening. Kids are getting murdered and guns aren't being taken away. So you're getting the horrific, terrifying shock and awe part, but you're not getting any of the actual result you want. Do something else.
I feel like they're getting kind of the opposite reaction. I feel like you're getting more and more people being like, why don't we have armed guards at school?
That's just it. It's like there's only one solution to them, and if we don't do that solution, then we're not doing anything.
Right? But there's other ways we could handle this too.
Yeah. And some states have. Now, some states have laws where teachers can carry and shit like that, and I think that's, with the right training, not a terrible idea. But these are just going to keep happening until either something changes or they decide that they want to go a different way of getting us to get rid of guns. And you're right. It does kind of have the opposite effect because people are starting to go, hey, every time you do this, every time this happens, you start talking about taking my guns away. I didn't do anything wrong. I haven't broken any laws. I shouldn't have to give my gun up.
More importantly, whether it's an effort to take away guns or complete incompetence, it seems like the gun isn't the problem. The problem is the people that are supposed to stop when the warning signs and the red flags go up, the people that are supposed to stop those people or keep an eye on them always seem to drop the ball. So why don't we just plan for them not being able to do their job? And if you put that into play, then the best answer is, armed guards at schools.
Yeah. You know who they're good at stopping? People who do donuts in gay crosswalks.
Well, that's a hate crime, Aaron.
Yeah, they can find those people. The people who do burnouts on rainbow crosswalks that shouldn't even be there in the first place, they can find those guys and they can stop them easily. Guys who want to do school shootings and pretty much advertise it on a fucking billboard, can't stop those guys.
I love rainbow crosswalks because I know when I go over one, I'm just stepping all over gay pride. I mean, honestly, it seems disrespectful. We need to be celebrated. Put something that everyone drives and walks over,
Right.
like a welcome mat.
Yeah.
That they wipe their feet on.
That's another thing that I think they do intentionally just to get people
yeah.
fighting about stupid shit. Exactly. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Head to Stoney's tonight and watch the Monday Night Football game. Have one of their Bloody Marys. They're so goddamn good. Grab a pizza while you're there. Have a couple of beers, a couple of cocktails, and enjoy the game. Otherwise, enjoy what's left of patio season. It's going to be really nice this weekend, really nice this week. Enjoy the patio out at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. I'm trying to do better Stoney's reads than Sean does, and it's getting tough. But again, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Can't say it enough. Go visit Stoney's today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment, they have the trucks and wreckers for you to be able to get you wherever you need to be when your car goes in the ditch, when you get in an accident, when you, look, anything that's going to cause that car to stop. You lock your keys in your car, you need a tire change, and you don't have your stuff with you. All Care Towing can handle it for you, and they handle it quicker than anyone. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing and Midland Armory. Check out this new website, midlandarmory.com. Take a look at that. Handguns, rifles, ammunition, optics. They've got all an assortment of items that you can, you can sort by bestsellers. You can sort by price. You can sort by just about anything. The new and improved new look, midlandarmory.com. For all your firearm needs, Derek and Tracy are the most knowledgeable people I know. And if you need some help, you need some advice, call them. Midland Armory, or go to their website and send them an email, midlandarmory.com, or go shopping online at midlandarmory.com. Nobody better than our friends Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory. Thank you to Hope for Us for becoming a new Steel Toe member, a baby boot. Thank you so much. Those contributions are huge today as we are 175 away from today's goal. I'm sorry. We're 125 away from today's goal. Stephanie with $50.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Wow. Thank you, Stephanie. That is insanely nice of you. $50 is a very generous contribution to this program. Hopefully, we can make you proud. We've got a little more breathing room now because we're at 125. That's not very far away. Thank you, Stephanie, so much, and thank you, everybody else who's chipped in. Guys, finish it off. We're looking good. We got 50 minutes to do 125. This can be done on earth as it is in heaven. All right, we got to talk about the new Beetlejuice movie in a little bit. We got the Nikki Haley, J.D. Vance, blue-haired women. They fucking love.
They still won't get rid of the fucking cat lady thing.
I think it's because a lot of the media are blue-haired cat ladies, so they took that one especially to heart.
Oh.
I think that's what the problem with the whole thing is that
it hurts when it hits home.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, 1,000 people checking out the show again. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, do me a favor. You take over for a little bit. Talk about your show, what's going on with you. I'm going to pee and refill my water and get ready for the long haul because we're only 125 away, and I think you guys are getting us to overtime today. Johnny, fire away.
All right, I'm going to be live on Just Kidding LLC at 2 p.m. to do a show covering more news stuff like we do today. I'm not going to be talking anymore about the relationship thing. I pretty much said everything I need to say on that, and it's where it's at. I don't leave it alone. So that won't be happening. If you want more of that drama, it's done. We have a couple of different stories to get to that I have left over from last week, but I don't know if I want to keep all of them. Well, now some of them don't even matter. We covered the story earlier about the shooter, so that one's irrelevant. So, yeah, we'll be grabbing new stuff to go up. We'll be up at 2. We're going till 5:30. The show. What the heck did Aaron freeze? Well, that's frozen over there. Nope, it's just on Rumble. Okay, do I have to reload Rumble? All right, yeah, it's Rumble's problem. Okay, Hunchback Melton. What? Hello? You broach this cat lady shit to Vance, and he'll stop in his tracks and run to a microphone to bicker about it. Yeah, he won't stop answering the cat lady shit. He needs to. He needs to let it go.
I answered the restricted number that kept calling, and I just, hello, and they don't say anything.
Well, I have now blocked restricted calls. So
How do you do that?
Oh, you just go into your call settings and you say like overall. Let's see. Let me open.
I'm going to do that. By the way, thank you, Connie, for the $15. They said OT over on Venmo. We are only 110 away from being done. Guys, now's the time. Everybody jump in a little bit, and we will hammer out 110 in no time. Thank you guys for the rally. We really appreciate it. So I go to call settings.
Call settings, and then go to your block numbers selection, and then it'll
call filter.
I don't know if it is a call filter. I went to, for me it was, I'm on Android. It was blocked.
I'm on Android.
Block numbers, and then when I went to block numbers at the very top, there was a thing that says block calls from unidentified callers, and I turned that on.
Spam filter blocks spam numbers by risk level.
No, that was under caller ID and spam for me. This is under general. When you go to settings for call settings, you under general block numbers.
Settings.
Yep.
And then I go to what?
Blocked numbers.
I don't see when that says block numbers.
I'm sorry. I have one right on my thing that says block numbers. It's under
settings.
general.
Okay, connections. Hold on, restricted. I'm getting rid of you in a second.
No. Did you? All right. So, are you going into
security and privacy?
Maybe. I don't know, man. I'd have to look at your phone.
Auto blocker?
Maybe.
All right.
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, a lot of people are like...
Are they calling me a retard?
Yeah, kind of. Well, Sam Show is. He's like, block numbers is at the top. Yeah, it's at the top. It's the first damn setting. It's...
Wait, so I go into my phone?
Yeah, like I open up my phone app.
Oh, settings?
Yeah.
Block numbers?
Yeah.
Block
Very
calls
top.
from unknown numbers?
There you go. Congratulations, you've done it.
All right. Hey! I did it, you guys. Helgi,
the best, man.
Helgi writes, this is the greatest insult. Helgi writes, you're a Luddite, Aaron.
Yep.
Luddite's a good one.
Someone just had to tell me it's possible. Like, dude, you can block restricted numbers, and so I just literally, I looked.
Oh, shit. Bex says, I don't agree with all your takes on everything, but enjoy the show. Thank you. And throws $20 at us over on PayPal. Thank you very much for that. We're $95 away from calling this thing done. Guys, we're in the double digits. Thank you so much for this rally and responding the way you do. You're the best audience out there. What makes you better than even you are now? Knocking out the last 95. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. Anonymous says, oh my fucking God, Aaron is such a boomer with tech. I really am. I really am. It's a really bad fucking thing that I do. But I always find it. I'm not a boomer because I always find it. I can do it. It just takes me a little longer because I'm retarded. Now look at this. Now poor restricted can't get through. Oh,
yep.
Man. Approachable has a clip. Uh-oh. Hey, I'm sure this clip is totally fine, by the way.
Right.
I'm sure. Oh, wait. Now I have a voicemail. Unknown duration, 1 second.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be
it. Here's Mr. Approachable. Let's check it out. I'm sure it's fine.
I love rainbow crosswalks because I know when I go over one, I'm just stepping all over gay pride.
And I'm just sitting there going, okay, do I say a thing now or do I just let that one go? Or do I?
That's going to air bad.
Dead Game says, hell, Phillip is Yukon too, you marks. It's a Tahoe and it's got 116,000 miles on it now. How dare you? I'm
So I have a question. Are you going to stay with the Tahoe, or are you going to let the Tahoe go?
Well, I mean, damn thing's pretty much paid off at this point. This is when you do keep it.
Okay.
I mean, I've had the thing for what, 4.5 years? Yeah, it's just about done. I think by Christmas, it's all good. So, can't get rid of it now. Shit, it's 116,000 miles. It's not worth anything. I'll get what, 20-some thousand for it? Fuck that noise. No, thank you. So the Beetlejuice movie came out this weekend, and luckily I've heard nothing but awesome things.
I haven't even looked into it. I'll be honest, I've been afraid. I grew up with that movie. I was really worried about that being a piece of shit.
I'm going with one of my favorite movies of all time.
The original Beetlejuice?
Yeah. Beetlejuice is probably in my top 20, top 25.
It's up there.
Same with Ghostbusters, like kind of those 80s era comedies that were just before my time. Love them. So good. And I think what really works with the Beetlejuice thing, because usually I hate that they bring these movies back as a shameless cash grab 30 years later.
Right.
Hate it. Yeah, somebody says you can't. Yeah, you got to keep it now since it hits 100,000 miles. You ain't getting shit for it. Exactly. Yeah, someone says, yeah, 20 grand, chump change, right? Well, when you got to buy something else, yeah, I'm just going to be getting the same thing I have, basically. So anyway, where the Beetlejuice thing works is Beetlejuice is a zombie. Beetlejuice is a gross, disgusting,
like undead,
ghoulish, undead figure. So if Michael Keaton is 30 years older and is 70...
He can still play him.
He can still play Beetlejuice. It actually kind of helps if he's older and
the
grosser
makeup department
looking.
was like, we don't have to do as much this time.
Yeah, so I think the movie could be good. So far, the reviews I've heard have been really good. And I really, really, really want to take SP to see Beetlejuice. There's only one problem.
What's that?
She never watched Beetlejuice.
So watch the first one.
I've got to get her to watch the first one. And then I can go.
You have to watch the first one. The second one is based entirely off of following the events of the first one.
That is usually how sequels work. Yes, absolutely. Yes. So I got to get her to watch Beetlejuice. The problem is it's not like a Matt thing where like, I'm too busy and I don't have time to watch movies and I'm better. What it is that when she was a kid, her parents had her believed that it was like witchcraft, scary shit. And so when she was a kid, she didn't watch Beetlejuice.
I'll say this. I was bewitched by Winona Ryder when that movie came out. Little me loved Winona Ryder. Like when that movie came out, I developed she's adorable.
Hottest you ever saw Winona Ryder?
The 10.
Okay. I want to know from the audience in the chat, hottest you've ever seen Winona Ryder, because I have a movie, and I don't think anyone's going to agree with me. But for some reason, I found her hottest in that particular movie. And I will share it once 50, 60 people fucking jump in the chat here and tell me where Winona Ryder was the hottest.
Going with Dracula.
Okay, Dracula. Death Beholden says, who knew Otho would become an actual thing instead of something we made fun of? Oh, yeah, because Otho was like a stereotype.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Heather's, one person says, present. Oh, they're saying present day. Nana's Clam says present day Winona Ryder.
Not bad.
Okay, one person did say it.
Really?
A scanner darkly says Helgi. One person did say the hottest I ever found Winona Ryder, Mr. Deeds. With the dirty...
I'm going to have to go back and look at Mr. Deeds, Winona Ryder.
The dirty blonde hair when she was Wham Bam Pam Dawson, the teacher.
Okay, I can get why you like that. Yeah.
She also had dark hair in that movie. She had Winona Ryder dark hair as well in that movie. But I would say, yeah, Winona Ryder... Mr. D.
I don't know. For me, partially it's the 10 because the 10 is a comedy and the character she plays is hilarious. So
I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna choke you to death. I gotta go. Well, he's not gonna be pissed when I crack this Blake story.
What do you got?
Nothing. Do you have anything?
See, I find her.
That is very adorable. That is very cute.
She's very adorable in that movie. Here's, there she is with the hair dyed.
Winchestertonville? It's the small town of Winchestertonville, Iowa.
And then you're standing next to egghead Adam Sandler. So you look at her. Look at our girl.
My grandfather was in ABBA. Gosh, I hope that mugger got home okay.
We met. I mean, I don't know. Hashtag my Winona Ryder. When was Beetlejuice? 88? So that was 14 years after Beetlejuice. Still a stunner.
Yeah, dude. She got a lot of shit because of that movie.
Mr. D?
Because of when Beetlejuice.
Why'd she get shit for Beetlejuice?
Because people, like, as a kid, there was a story I was reading where she was saying as a kid, like, a lot of people, like, assumed she was into, like, witchcraft and stuff because of the character. The same way that what's his name that played Joffrey in Game of Thrones. He did such a great job.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
If people are going to be mad at me for knowing this, Jack Gleason.
Okay. Well, Jack Gleason.
Not Jackie Gleason.
I'm actually proud of you for knowing this one.
Oh.
Jack Gleason was a great actor, was awesome in everything he did as a child actor, like in Batman and everything. Yep. And I'm guilty of this too, but he was so good in Game of Thrones. People literally hated him.
Yeah.
And he stepped away from acting because of it.
I would like when they would do shit like Joffrey would say something evil and like smile and laugh, and they would go, "He's joking." No, I'm not. No, I'm serious. Like, you little fucker. Yeah. I think one of my favorite Joffrey scenes from that show though is when Charles Dance, Tywin Lannister, fucking put him to bed without supper. Do you remember that when he goes, "The king is tired, see him to his chambers." "I am not tired." And he's like, "Take him away." And Tyrion's like, "You just sent the most powerful man in Westeros to bed without his supper." It's like, fuck yeah, he did. I wish Tywin wasn't such a fucking prick who was on the opposite side of where I wanted him to be, because I liked Tywin Lannister. He was just a fucking, like a pragmatic guy.
Yeah.
That's all he was. He just wanted to keep his family. That's what, like, lords did back then. They protected the legacy of their family so that they had something to pass on.
And the legacy of his family was being in control of the whole country. So, I mean, like, yeah, you don't want to give that up.
Absolutely. Plankton with $4.99 says, "Aaron, paying off that Tahoe just in time for those electrical problems, right?" This is why I never talk about cars on the show. Because cars and fast
food. I drive
food,
a Ford. I just have to say what brand it is, and I get acronym after acronym about how my car is pretty much DOA.
Yeah, it's really... Ugh, man, it's just like you bring up any car you drive, and there's
cars
gonna be
and
somebody.
Food, man. Cars and food.
Just, fucking piece of shit! I can't believe you're driving that shitty fucking thing. And you're just like, I bought a car. Like, there is no perfect car. There's no car where do you want to know? And this is gonna give me a whole bunch of shit. Do you know who I've never heard a complaint from?
Who?
A Kia driver.
It's because they don't live long enough.
I've never heard a complaint from a Kia driver. They get their cheap fucking car with their doors that feel like you're going to break them off, and I've never heard any owner of the vehicle complain about them.
Nana's climb. Stay on topic, Winona.
Sorry, Winona Ryder. So the Beetlejuice movie comes out, and TMZ does this fucking thing. They're so obsessed with like how shit looks and how pretty this person is and how pretty that person is that sometimes they just don't catch themselves going way too far. And in this case, they did it. They have a segment they call Good Genes or Good Docs, meaning like, hey, is this person looking young because, they're just genetically, they're looking good, or have they had a lot of work done? They did one for Beetlejuice. Not the movie cast. The character of Beetlejuice.
What the fuck?
Look, here it is. Beetlejuice. Good genes or good docs? Here's Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice. Looks like an old, haggard, beat-up fucking zombie guy. Here's Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice. Looks like an old fucked up. You know what? I want to see if anyone else thinks the way I do. Do you know who Beetlejuice kind of looks like in the 2024 version? It's another character from another movie. And it looks like this character took over the reins for Beetlejuice. Idea. I'm going to give the chat a little time to catch up. Mr. Phelps calling right now. Just wait a little while, buddy. We'll get you in a little bit later today. But I want to see if anybody in the chat gets it. He's reminding me of someone.
I have no idea. I was even trying the whole magic eyes, zoom out and just kind of let your brain put an image together. I got nothing.
Tridio with $2 says every car is a complaint. Hey, my Durango. Gray Duckling with $5 says drive a Bugatti, you poor. Sorry about that. I'll work on getting the Bugatti. We'll work on making payroll on time. Then I'll worry about getting the Bugatti. $85 away from today's goal. Thank you, guys. We got a half hour, and we are knocking on the door. Thank you very much. Yes, Catsnap Karen got it. A lot of people were guessing, but Catsnap Karen got it. He looks like Edgar from Men in Black.
Oh.
Doesn't it look like he's wearing an Edgar suit?
A little bit, but that's because, again, Michael Keaton has gotten older, so their job on making him look like an old haggard zombie got easier.
Right. You didn't have to do as much makeup. Actually, this is the only role where as the character got older, you did less makeup.
Yeah, let's be honest. Good genes are good. Like fucking Winona Ryder. Look A to B there.
She looks great.
She looks great.
She looks really fucking good. You can't do that game with Jenna Ortega unless you're Patrick Melton. So, he's a weird guy. I've been telling. Look, I don't feel sorry for any of you who are like, oh, I can't believe it. But I told you for years now, he's a weird guy. He's fucked up. He's probably psychologically in a weird spot. He's a bullied fat kid whose parents never loved him, and he's overcompensating by playing a character that he thinks is cool. But he's not genuine. I've been telling you this forever, and now you're just figuring it out. Guys, I wasn't guessing. I knew I've been right for years now. You guys just had to catch up to it. Or the guy from Men in Black, Edgar. That's what I said. But as far as the Beetlejuice movie goes, I think the Rotten Tomato reviews have been good. Beetlejuice, Rotten Tomatoes. So far, the critics have it at a 76, and the audience has it at an 82. That's pretty good.
It's rare that the two are actually relatively close. Usually it's like the critics are like, no, this thing's really, really great. And the audience is like, no, it sucks, like with Acolyte.
Associated Press, Jocelyn Novak wrote, for once, the question why a sequel is moot. Not because we know the answer, but who cares? It's funny. It may even make you feel better about death. That's what I go to movies for. I go to movies to feel good about death.
I might as well. It's going to be here next week.
Aaron's Big Black Cellmate with $2 says, your 5.3 engine is going to have a valve train problem. Thanks for the heads up. I do appreciate that. I won't spend the rest of my time with this vehicle in constant dread about such things. I promise you. $80 away from calling it a victory this morning. Thank you very much.
I don't know that a valve train's a real thing. Sound real.
A valve train is what happens when your valve is being a whore. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, I'll go see the new Beetlejuice movie. I'm sure it'll be solid. Oh, by the way, guys, get your Crescent Mount coffee. I just got contacted by them this week. All the coffees are still out there. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. We have Steel Toe Coffee. Oh, they did take April's Magic Bean off of there.
All right, then.
They wanted to avoid any problems, any issues that might arise with likeness and whatnot. Steel Toe medium and dark roast coffee, a single origin from Indonesia with notes of dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar. All the prices include shipping. So your 12-ounce bag for $19.99, your 1-pound bag for $24.99. Get them for that price at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, you want a kick in the dick, total a 96 RV. Don't even get enough to replace it with a tent. Oh, fuck. You would think an RV, no matter what the year, you could get a few grand out of the thing, right? I don't know.
I don't like RVs. I've had bad experiences.
He got a few years out of it. He's the guy who bought mine.
Right.
He got a few years. He got like 3 or 4 seasons out of it. It was, he got a screaming deal for the thing. Got 3 or 4 years out of it. Now you can go get a big boy one. That one, it wasn't the smallest RV in the world, but it was a motorhome. If I were to do the RV thing again, which I really don't want to, I think I might go pull behind. You know what a lot of people do now is they get fish houses.
Right.
And they just use those year round.
Like they take them places other than fish houses.
They do them They take them camping. Yeah, they do the big ice castles. And they take those camping. They use it as a place.
And then they just use the hole to shit in.
No, that's not. No, can't recommend that.
Just dig it up. Like you get the auger out. It's a little slower because it's dirt instead of ice. You drill your hole down.
That's
and
your
then,
shitter hole.
hold on to the dirt because you got to replace your divots. All right, so put it in a bag.
God damn, would
Then
that
just
smell
everyone
so
just goes in
fucking
the
bad.
center of the cabin to
Oh
take
my
a dump.
God, would that fucking stink to high heaven? Oh, you're just squatting and shitting in the middle of your floor like you're in fucking East Africa? Jesus Christ. Coyote Nevada with 199 says, your Twins bit the big one against the Royals. Yeah, they did. We got swept by the Royals over the weekend. We put ourselves in a real shitty position. And now we got to get back on the winning track or the playoffs. Look, our playoff situation is even threatened now because of this. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. $80 away from knocking out today's goal and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Thank you so much. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are all in the chat. There's also Rumble and YouTube and all that. You can chip in. Again, that $80, not very far. Thank you guys so much. Chevy fan says, wow, a Tahoe and an RV. Some people can't afford cat food because of crippling gambling addiction, Aaron. I think he was shitting on Mersh. Did Mersh really say he can't afford cat food because of the gambling addiction?
I don't know. I thought they were making a DSP joke because he got in trouble with the whole WWE champion thing. So I have no idea.
Oh, see, I thought it was a Mersh joke.
See, it might be a Mersh joke. This is the problem. I don't follow DSP or Mersh.
Yeah.
I don't watch their shows.
I will say, speaking of Mersh, you got to remind me, and I got time now that the kids are back in school. We got to get set up with Rumble Studio because they've been telling me that they count YouTube and Facebook and Rumble views on that. And if we're at 1,100 people at a time, that would really take a lot of pressure off this audience goal-wise, I feel like. If we were doing like a read an hour.
Yeah.
I feel like that could really help. I don't know how much you get if you have, 1,100 people watching you or whatever at a time, what you would get for a Rumble read. But let's say we get $50. I don't know if we do. I have no idea what the numbers are. But let's say we get $50 for a live read. And you do that once an hour.
So Rumble gives you a live read to do?
Yeah. And let's say we do that once an hour. That's $200. That drops the goal down to $150 a day or $100 a day.
Yeah, I say look into it and see what's what.
I think that's definitely the way to go. CNN commentate. I love this clip. You're going to love this too. So the polls have been tightening since RFK Jr. endorsed Donald Trump. It went from like 4 or 5 point leads for Kamala Harris to now it's like 1, 2. In some polls, Trump is leading.
I feel like Trump's actually leading way more, and a lot of the people reporting these polls are skewing them.
I
if
agree.
Fox is coming out and saying Kamala Harris is leading Trump, I'm more inclined to believe it than, say, if CNN or MSNBC, like, oh, Harris is leading. Like, really? She doesn't do any rallies. She doesn't do anything that isn't pre-recorded. And the first interview we got from her, she had walls with her, like she needed to bring her dad.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow night, Matt and I are going to do a debate stream. People have been asking if we do the debate for the evening show. We will do the Trump-Harris debate.
Ooh.
For tomorrow.
Exciting.
So this CNN clip, they're upset that the RFK Jr. endorsement has helped Trump. Like, for example, polls came out yesterday. They're tied in Wisconsin. They're tied in Pennsylvania, which to me means Trump is winning in those states.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Michigan, even. The presidential election, general election polls, the New York Times, not exactly big Trump fans. The New York Times did a poll yesterday, and they did 4 different polls. And it was a national survey. Trump +2, Trump +2, Trump +2, Trump +1. Now, Trump has never won the popular vote in any election he's ever been in. So Trump leading the popular vote by 2 points means that the Electoral College would be a huge blowout in that case. So I think the media is starting to really get worried. I think they're bothered by this RFK Jr. thing. But and you can tell when they're getting bothered by something because their takes on that particular topic get really fucking stupid. And on CNN yesterday, a commentator was talking about how Michigan and Pennsylvania have allowed RFK Jr.'s name to be taken off the ballot, which is a huge loss for Democrats because now those people who were going to vote for RFK Jr. are going to more vote for Trump than they will vote for Harris. A CNN commentator who is totally not biased and totally doesn't want Kamala Harris to win says that removing RFK Jr. from the ballot is racist and it disenfranchises black voters.
That has to be the stupidest argument I've ever heard coming from people who 2 months ago wanted him off the ballot.
Bro, you got about 7 or 8 weeks left until this election happens. This is not going to be the dumbest thing you're going to hear. If Trump's poll numbers continue to increase, you're going to hear this. You're going to go back to this in 2 weeks, and you're going to go, God, I wish we got back to the whole taking the names off the ballot was racist, back when we were reasonable. Check this one out.
Be the big question for the Trump campaign.
I find it ironic.
No, it does matter.
In 2020, Republicans were screaming at the top of their lungs when people were changing rules because we were in a once-in-a-lifetime global pandemic, and we needed to do it to accommodate voters. And now on...
Oh, let me translate. What she was trying to say was really needed to get Trump the fuck out of there, so we had to go ahead and just get a bunch of mail-in ballots so we knew how many votes we needed by the end of the night. There. I just wanted to translate.
On the day when voters should actually be able to start to vote, it's Republicans actually preventing people to do. We are now in a system. I want to remove the...
Okay, wait. Republicans are not stopping people from voting. A guy who was in the race is not in the race anymore. Would the Democrats have the same problem if it was removing Biden from the ballot? It's the same thing. Biden's not running anymore. RFK Jr. is not running anymore. They have to take their names off the ballot. And you know what's funny about this, Johnny? And I think you know what I'm going to say.
What's that?
These fucking assholes fought tooth and nail, spent millions of dollars on lawyers' fees to keep this fucking guy off the ballot. And now when it's finally time to take him off the ballot, now they're saying it's racist and disenfranchises black voters.
Again, I still don't know how the line gets drawn quite there, but I feel like whether or not you get to vote for a person doesn't disenfranchise a single minority. So black voters don't get the option of RFK, so that somehow limits them from voting?
Well, here.
Politics from this and actually talk about people be able to exercise the franchise. And it is disenfranchising North Carolina voters right now that they believe they could start voting today and they are not. And that is how confusion is disseminated in communities. That is how mis and disinformation starts. That is how you start to see narratives that our system is not working when you let politics play into the role of when people should be able to start voting. Follow the rules. He was on the ballot. He wanted to run. He decided he doesn't want to run.
Oh, fuck you.
follow the rules. You guys weren't following the rules when he was applying to run or when he asked for, security. You guys were ignoring him at every turn. You didn't let him be part of the debates. What part of the rules was that? You brought up every rule you could to keep him out of everything. Now because he won't give you what you want? Oh, my.
And
it's just
And by the way,
stupid.
At a time when we were watching that clip with Dave Smith, when the media went, oh, we got to call you to task for talking to Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and all this. Why doesn't the media ever take people like this to task and go, wait a minute? What I hate about this is nobody ever asked the follow-up question on CNN of, well, wait a minute, didn't you guys want him off the ballot in the first place? So you should be happy about this. He's off the ballot. Nope, we don't ask that question. We just let these people come on, spew their horse shit, and leave. And then poison the minds of the people watching to think that's reality. But this whole idea that taking RFK off the ballot, well, people could be starting to vote already. Am I the only one who has a problem with people who are able-bodied voting this early? One day, one vote. That should be it. I don't like the idea that on September 9th, you can just grab a ballot, vote, and mail it in. If that's the case, I want those ballots counted right fucking now. I want the numbers recorded, and I don't want them changing election night. If you have mail-in ballot, if you have early voting ballots right now, I want them counted right away. I want that number under lock and key, and I want it not pulled out until election night, and then you can report it. But this horse shit where they let people vote early, and then all of a sudden one guy's winning, and then overnight, oh, well, we had a bunch of these early voting ballots come in, and now that guy's not winning anymore. It's rife for corruption. It's an easy way to fuck with a vote if you want to. It is possible. So I think my problem with these political types is you just have to take the temptation away from them, period.
Yeah. But I also want to know what they think, like, putting him on the ballot's going to do. Anyone that wanted RFK knows that RFK is endorsing and supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So do you really think just putting him on the ballot, people are just going, oh, RFK? Like, I feel like that's still... Like, he just won't be getting those votes. They'll go to Trump if they're real RFK supporters.
Well, they want RFK still on the ballot as a way to create confusion. And maybe people who don't follow this stuff that closely will go, oh, he must be back in, and then vote for him instead of voting for Trump. It really is manipulating the election. That's these Democrats who bitch about these Republicans. And, like, my big problem with Republicans is that they don't cheat enough. I think both of these parties should be cheating their fucking asses off. The Democrats aren't going to stop rigging elections. They've never stopped for decades and generations. Republicans,
I've always said the problem with the Democrats is all the damn riggers.
And I believe that the Republicans need to get riggers of their own. And the Republicans need to cheat as hard as the Democrats do.
If nothing else, they just need, token riggers.
Then he should have made a better decision 6 months ago. But disenfranchising voters right now is not right.
It's amazing. Does he not have the right to remove his name from the ballot?
Not if he...
So even this other black guy's like, what do you mean sowing confusion in communities? Like, what? We know what you're trying to say, bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't have the right.
I love the other guy. So he doesn't have the right to remove his name from the ballot?
Right, to do the thing you wanted him to do?
I missed the deadline.
He may not have
be an adult.
Because I think Democrats want him on the ballot because the recognition is that most of his voters
we actually
fit the category
didn't want
of Trump
RFK.
voters.
There you go. She admitted it. At least she admitted it. We didn't want him on the ballot. We thought he'd hurt us. But now we think he can help us, so we want to keep him on the ballot. Wow. At least she took the mask off. This, by the way, this should be a meme of every white guy listening to two black people arguing, just sitting there nicely going, don't call on me.
Just what the fuck are you two talking about?
I'm just going to watch the two black people fight and hope nobody asks me anything.
Actually didn't want RFK on the ballot, but he fought and did what he needed to do to get on the ballot. And then he did some quid pro quo with Donald Trump to get a cabinet slot or whatever. And now he wants off.
Yeah, God forbid that never fucking happens, right? Pete Buttigieg? That never happened, does it, Kamala Harris? No, never.
We never have people drop out because they've been given an offer.
Oh, God, I hate how these fucking Democrats, I don't mind them being scummy. Everyone in politics is scummy. I hate that when other people are scummy, they go, oh, my God, that's such a dirty move. Shut the fuck up.
The ballot. Well, tough luck, guys.
Oh, I like her now. She almost said tough shit on CNN. Go back.
Ballot. Well, tough luck, guys.
They're really
tough
mad.
shit. We don't want Trump to win. So now we're going to flip-flop on our position.
I like this
Oh,
dude.
man.
I like that they're kind of showing themselves. I like that they're showing.
I like
who
that
they
he's
are.
challenging her a little bit, but I wish, and obviously it for reasons that we don't need to say, it won't be the white guy. But I wish someone would have pointed out to her when she's like, he did everything. He fought to get on the ballot. He did everything he needed to do, and you just should have looked at, yeah, well, you guys fought to keep him off of it.
Yeah.
Like literally fought to keep him off of it. It's very hypocritical now when he doesn't want to be on it for you to fight to keep him there.
They should have said, like, oh, he fought like hell to be on the ballot. Yeah, who was he fighting? Could you clarify that for us? Who was he fighting? Us. But look.
Quid pro quo with Donald Trump to get a cabinet slot or whatever, and now he wants off the ballot. Well, tough luck, guys. If you want it, almost
threw a flag.
Wait.
Shut up, Whitey. You're not involved in this right now. I almost threw a flag. Shut the fuck up. You're going to get dragged into black people arguments, and you're not ready.
And you are outnumbered right now.
You are out of your league. Let dime store Sean Hannity take this.
No.
Why do we have cancer-ridden Montel Williams and dime store Sean Hannity sitting next to you? This is a fucking weird thing.
No. Tough luck, bruh. If you wanted to be the leader of
Tough
the free
luck,
world,
bruh.
make better decisions. Don't wait till the last minute when people are actually starting to vote and then try and file an injunction 4 days before.
But it's beneficial to Democrats to have him on the ballot.
Yeah, like that guy said, it's beneficial to the Democrats to keep him on the ballot, so now they want to keep him on the ballot.
Right. And as he's pointing that out, I was like, all right, we're going to just have to end that there because we don't need facts on CNN.
Coltrane with $1 says, LOL, that shit is hilarious. Suddenly they are clutching their pearls. Fuck the left. The Dems went out of their way to deny his ability to debate, refused Secret Service protection, and keep him off. Yeah, I mean, they fucked with RFK Jr. bad. But by the way, let's not shit on lefties too bad because, Johnny, who's our new favorite person?
Who's our
new favorite? Who's our new favorite gal? She's a lefty. Talked about her today.
Gabby Tulser?
No, not Tulsi Gabbard or Gabby Tulsard, as you just called her.
Fucking A.M.
Anna Kasparian.
Oh, Anna Kasparian. Oh, that one. Yeah. I thought we were talking about politics.
We love Anna Kasparian on this program, and I'm sure she's going to find our takes.
I'm
really
sure she
helpful.
does not love us.
No, I'm sure she thinks we're absolute fucking garbage, especially me. But that's okay. Sam Show writing, Anna Kasparian, you dumbass. Look, we've talked about a lot of things today. It's been almost a 4-hour show. We have to get Gabby Tulsard to be a thing now. Gabby Tulsard has to be a thing. By the way, guys, we are $80 away from today, so we are very, very close. Push us over the edge. We got 5 minutes until we bring out the old metal can and start rattling it around and see if we can knock out that last $80 for today's show to call it another win for the toe and another successful start to the week. So there's all the links in the chat. 80 away. $80 is the number. We do appreciate it. Sam Show says, I expect it from Matt, not from Johnny. See, it's appreciation that he's showing to you. So yes, guys, $80 away. Let's hammer that out in the next 5 minutes and then put another 30 minutes on the clock. We do have the Nikki Haley, J.D. Vance clip.
Okay.
Let's watch this really quick. J.D. Vance, we've always made fun of J.D. Vance on the show for not being able to shut the fuck up about the cat lady thing. Like, who gives a shit about the cat lady thing?
Move on. Yeah.
Move on. They're just trying to bait you into talking about it so you don't talk about, like, real shit and serious issues. But the guy can't stop taking the bait. Maybe he's learned his lesson. But Nikki Haley is here. Now, Nikki Haley endorsed Trump over the weekend. But she endorsed him in a way where she was like, he's the nominee. Like, she's just endorsing the Republican nominee. Remember, she was we can't let this guy be president again. If he's the candidate, he'll fuck everything.
No more old men.
Yeah.
That was another one of hers.
That was another one of her big deals. So Nikki Haley got asked about the J.D. Vance, blue-haired cat lady shit. And, of course, if J.D. Vance isn't there to address it, Nikki Haley is. I can't believe the Republicans want her anywhere near this campaign. She's definitely a Democratic plant to fuck Donald Trump up. And
I don't think they do. I just don't think they can get her out of there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Coltrane with $5 says, here was her entire segment on CNN. Oh, thank you for the $5. We're 75 away from today. There you go, guys. Let's hammer it out. We got like 3 minutes before we rattle the cans. I want to sneak in this Nikki Haley clip real quick and see how stupid this blue-haired cat lady thing continues to be. Hopefully there's no ad.
So we know that since Vice President Harris entered the rate, the gap among women voters has grown to a now double-digit lead for her over Donald Trump, according to our CBS.
How
that
about
kind of looks like Winona Ryder?
A little. I was just going to say the same thing, actually. But, like, how about the fact that you have the possible first woman president ever, and she only now just got a double-digit lead over Trump in women? If that's not, if 60-40 isn't a big enough split, do you know what the split was between Obama and the white dudes he was running against? Like 98-2 for black voters. Whereas women are like, first woman president? I don't trust her. She seems like she could be a crazy bitch.
Most recent survey. So how do they close that? Because just as recently as last week, J.D. Vance said he's disoriented and disturbed that the head of the most powerful teachers union in the country doesn't have a single child. He continues to say things that certainly are...
J.D., shut the fuck up about women and having kids and all that shit. It's great if you're doing a fucking Reason.com think tank piece. You're running for vice president. Stop looking into people's uteruses. It's weird. The head of the teachers union doesn't have a kid. Shut the fuck up. What is with your hopeless autism with watching how many kids people have? Fuck.
I kind of agree with him, though.
I do too, but like, shush. Because that's what they want him to talk
you can't
about.
Say it out loud.
Well, but that's because that's what they want him to talk about. Because then that opens the door for them to ask about the fucking cat lady thing again. JD, they're playing you, asshole. Shut up. And he won't. He's like, yeah, Kamala Harris. How many kids does she have? Shut. Well, I don't know if we can trust this person. They got any kids? Who are you, fucking Patrick Melton? Why are you so concerned about this? J.D. Vance is a liability for Donald Trump. I've been saying it, and I'm still going to say it.
Are highlighted as being offensive to women. That is going to hurt, won't it, with female voters? It's not.
Okay, that is. We're gonna pick this up on the other side of our little beg fest here to knock out the rest of the goal, and we should do it. It's $75. We're right there. But how about the fact that the media in their interview just stated what they wanted her to say and then just added the words "isn't it" to it?
Yeah. Like they've kind of had their narrative set. This is going to hurt his view, isn't it? The same way once Kamala got announced, everybody's really excited about Kamala. Everyone's really happy to have her as the presidential nominee. It's like nobody was saying that. You guys keep pushing this, and then they go to black voters. Yeah, you like Kamala Harris after all. She's, I don't know, is she really black? All right, cut. Yeah. Then they go to like biracial people. They're like, you guys like Kamala Harris. She's biracial. And the lady's like, I don't know. I need more from her than some giggling and having a girl moment. All right, cut. Wait, this isn't working.
All right, guys, we got 4.5 minutes left. We're going to get back to all of this once we knock out today's goal. We're only $75 away. Pretty please, let's knock out the rest of it. That is a small number for the last 5 minutes. I hope that you all feel like chipping in. This isn't going to get knocked out by one person. Everybody throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. It's all in the chat. Thank you guys very much for your contributions thus far. Let's push forward just a little bit more and knock out this last $75 and do 30 minutes of overtime. The show either ends in about 4 minutes or the show picks up for an extra 30 as a thank you for your donations keeping this program on the air. Those are the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Those are the 3 best ways to do it. Super chats are great. Rumble rants are great. Gifted memberships are even better. But we've got a little bit of time to knock this thing out. Let's make sure we do it. Isaac Walmart with $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. We've taken a bunch of $1 and $2 over on Rumble today. We're going to count that as the whole 5. $70 away from today's goal. So let's pick up. There's no reason to make this wait until the last second, and I've already got the leg shakes going. Let's hammer it out. $70, guys. You can do it. It's a little bit from each person. It's $10 from 7 people. Let's get everybody involved. 3 minutes to go. $70 away from getting an extra half hour and calling it another successful day for the show and the toe and keeping us on the air another day and rebuilding from the little hit we took recently. Thank you very much to D. Gulag with $5.50 Canadian. Very nice of you. Very kind. Get her going, boys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. We'll get to this. Thank you for sending in that clip, by the way. Come on, guys. Make it go. We need everybody. This is a show that needs a smaller audience. It's been getting bigger lately, but it's a smaller. Oh, wow. We're still in the 900s, pushing 1,000 people. Thank you very much for that. Let's have all of you throw in just a little bit. Remember, if we go over, we don't keep any of the extra. It goes to the next day. A little over 2 minutes left to go. Let's make it happen, guys. It is pretty pleased with cherries on top. Knock it out. Sandy Squatch with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. $60 away from getting this done today. Thank you so much. Keep it going. We've got 4 or 5 people chipping in so far. Just a few more, and this is going to get knocked out. If it's a show you love, a handful of singles, hey, that would be great to a filthy beggar like me. 60 away. Click the links. A minute and a half left. Let's do this thing. Let's get it hammered out. Throw in a few more. We're almost there. Gray Duckling with $10 says, Canadian, here's some real money. Thank you for the $10, Gray Duckling. We're at $50 away. $50 from knocking out today's goal. Get in there. Whether you're Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, Venmo, doesn't matter. Throw in however you can. $50 away. 1 minute to go. It's doable. Another win for the toe. Everybody jump in. Kyler Pouch becoming a member for 26 months. Says 26 months already? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I hope it's been an entertaining ride. Let's keep this ride moving. 40 seconds left. Oh, here we go. $50 away. Let's knock out the last of it. We haven't had to ask too much today. You guys have been pretty good. Optic Nerve with $2 says, get it. Thank you very much, Optic Nerve. We appreciate all of these contributions coming in. 20 seconds to go. $50 away. Get it inside of 50. We do that extra 30, and we just got to keep begging you to knock out the rest. We do it on what's called credit. Keep it going, guys. We could use a big Venmo, big drop. 10 seconds left. 9, 8. God, it wasn't much. 7, 6. This is a bummer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get in there. Optic Nerve came in with the $2, so we owe you. We're inside of 50. Get in there, guys. Push forward. Knock out this last $50. We really appreciate it. It's been a lot of people dropping in 50 or less. It's been a lot of small contributions. It's such a small number to keep this show on the air. We appreciate it. Throw us a few bucks. We need it. We've never shied away from that. We've always been very honest about how we fund this program. Coltrane with $1 says, so you couldn't have played my 11-second clip for my $5 rant while it was relevant to the story. I'm sorry. I had to make the fucking money to keep the show on the air. Here, we'll play the clip now, Coltrane.
Your Honor, I object.
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
Good call.
It's the Democrats with RFK Jr. It works. It is a great clip. Thank you so much for it. $50 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Just want to knock that out during overtime. And As the audience knows, the sooner it gets knocked out during overtime, the sooner overtime doesn't become about me asking you for that $50. So, pretty please. Everybody throw in. It's $10 a pop. It's not going to take very long. You guys got it. Ryan, the garbage man with $5, says that shirt really makes your titties pop. Thank you. This was a great garage sale find for $1 this weekend.
I can't agree with you on that.
SP and I took the kids to a garage sale. We found this shirt for $1. It's my new Boys in the Hood shirt. I love it.
It looks like someone made it at home.
Doesn't mean I can't love it because somebody might have made it at home.
I'm just saying loving it kind of goes with that other shirt that you like that I'm like, I don't know, that's kind of very flamboyant.
My glittery shirt, my cholo shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably won't.
I'm just curious about what you mean by Boys in the Hood. Like, I thought it meant one thing, and I'm wondering if maybe you mean something else. Like, what's the hood?
The hood, what it is.
Like your back end.
No, not my butthole. I don't want boys in my butthole. They don't belong there.
Yeah, but that's what that shirt says to me.
Joey Big Play with $4.99 says, would you rather be G word or R word? God damn it. That's a hard one to answer because either way they can fuck with you on it.
Mm-hmm.
G word. I think I'd rather be G word. See, but now I just said that I would rather be that. Rexstart parody account says, looks like a homemade family reunion shirt. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm just saying it looks like someone put it in one of those things where like it spins it and you can spray. Just like a spin art thing.
Like it got done at the mall?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
At a kiosk. There's nothing wrong with it if you were a girl.
Sure. $40 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep going, please. Let's knock out that last 40. We got 27 minutes of overtime, and we certainly don't want to beg you for money during the whole thing. So let's get everybody to throw in a little bit. Those $5 at a time are helping big time. Thank you. So let's go back to this ABC's Face the Nation clip where Nikki Haley is, again, allegedly helping the Trump campaign by going on this show. They ask her about J.D. Vance, and I love the leading question that this reporter asks her.
The country doesn't have a single child. He continues to say things that certainly are highlighted as being offensive to women. That is going to hurt, won't it? With
That is such like a shitty fucking media showing their bias and then pulling it back right away thing. Like, hey, he said this about the... And first of all, it probably wouldn't hurt with female voters because nobody needs to know he fucking said that because it doesn't matter. And if you vote or don't vote for someone because somebody associated with them said something about the head of the teachers union, and that's something that's like big for you in the economy we have and everything else, I don't think you have enough issues that you should be voting.
And a lot of women are actually going to agree with him. Like, I feel like you're ignoring a part of the society of women who feel like, having children is important and, raising children is important. And that if you have anything to do with kids, it helps to understand what it's like to raise them. So
yeah,
the head of the teachers union not having a child, like that could be an issue that's important to you. I mean, like you said, it's not important now.
Right.
But yeah,
well,
they just want to paint him as a bad guy because he said she doesn't have a kid.
Yeah, well, it's very well. His point is like if you're going to be the head of a union that educates children, shouldn't you have children? It's a fucking retarded thing to bring up in the middle of a presidential campaign. It's small potatoes, but it's also small potatoes to focus on it and be like, oh, do you really want to vote for Donald Trump? His vice president said it's weird that the teachers union head doesn't have kids. You know what my response to that would be if someone came asking me that for a poll? It would be, why the fuck are you even talking about it? Like, why is the vice president candidate even talking about the head of the teachers union? And why are you guys covering this like it matters to the American people? And by the way, if you think that Trump was going to somehow angle for the non-sexist vote, I don't know, man.
female voters, it's not helpful. It's not helpful. I mean, is he an effective messenger for the policies you say they are stronger on?
I think that the policies, look, you can either look at style or you can look at substance. I choose as a voter to look at substance. The style, I will say...
What's the substance of that, though?
The substance is cutting taxes, making housing more affordable, immigration, national security. That's the substance. The style is, no, it is not helpful to talk about whether women have children or whether they don't.
I agree with Nikki Haley 1,000. I think that she's a plant. I think that she's going to do more harm to that campaign eventually than good.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with her 100% on this. Why the fuck are we even talking about it? Like you and I have said this about JD Vance before. He doesn't have the ability to go, I don't give a shit. I'm not talking about that.
We have more important things to discuss. That's an old comment and it's over with. We have real things to discuss.
Right.
It's not helpful to say any of those things that are personality driven or anything else. I have said that, and I will continue to say to Republicans, stop it. That's not helpful. You know, if you want to
see, now she's kind of cucking to Democrats because this is CBS and they lean left, and she's like, well, yeah, I'm one of the good ones. This is like white people who like prostrate themselves to black people and go like, I'm so sorry that this happened to you or blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's just always kind of cringe when you do that.
Talk about
John McCain tried to make a career out of that, going on like liberal shows and being like, well, you know, I'm one of the good Republicans. They ended up fucking burying him anyway when he ran against Obama. It doesn't behoove you to kiss up to these people. They're just going to shove a knife in your back when it becomes viable to them.
things. Stick with policy. Americans are smart. They don't.
Oh, boy.
Did you hear that, Johnny? She says Americans, get this, are smart.
Dude, you like literally were able to delude yourself into thinking you had a shot for a while at the presidency. So I don't know about that.
Nikki Haley, I see your comment that Americans are smart, and I raise you going to the grocery store today and being out of mayo chup. That is my response to that argument.
Don't need all of this other noise to distract them. They just want to know how you're going to help them. Mm-hmm. And they're, what I would suggest to every American, look at the records of each of them. You've got some stark contrast there. Harris was not strong on the border. Trump was strong on the border. Harris wanted to eliminate fracking. Now she's taking that back. But energy production was not as strong as it was under the Trump administration.
It's at a record high right now.
And then, the fucking liberal goes, it's at an all-time record high right now. Wow, really? Because imagine what it would be at. That's because she's, by the way, counting all those bullshit charging stations and shit like that.
Right.
It would be at an even higher high right now if you guys hadn't taken a pipeline that was fucking done and ready to start producing jobs and shut it the fuck down.
Another fun thing about those charging stations, do they still count the ones that don't work because people have begun stealing the cables for the copper wire, copper and tungsten wiring shit that's in them?
I heard about that. Yeah, that people are
running up with giant cable clippers and just
yeah. Yeah, they're just they're stealing the copper out of the charging stations. You can't make it up. You can't.
But it's this economy, man. It's so good. Why wouldn't you steal?
Right. I mean, if you can't steal in a good economy, when are you stealing? Jay Caesar with $5 says, thought on an occasional boomer gaming stream. I mean, I do play Bannerlord. We could, but I don't do gaming streaming very well because I just kind of sit there and play the game. And I forget that I'm streaming. Like I've tried before, and I'm not very good at it. But I don't know. Maybe for certain goal streaks, I'm always going to make it about making money for the show because we need to make money for the show. So if it makes dollars, it makes sense. And if there's some kind of reward for a certain amount of money coming in, then yeah, maybe I'll fucking think about it. But yeah, I'll do anything for $1. I'll be honest with you. When it comes to streaming, I'll do anything if it makes money and takes pressure off my fucking morning show audience. That's why I got to get that Rumble Studio thing going, because we got to take the pressure off this morning show audience to keep, throwing money at us. We are $35 away from today. We've got about 20 minutes left. Pretty please, guys, knock out that last 35. It's not a lot. Let's all team up. Let's do this. Let's hammer it out. Scooby Jooby Jew says, you're not very good at this either, but that hasn't stopped you. It's a good point. Aaron, do a fishing live stream with Slam Piece, but she's off screen. Jules David style.
Nah.
I don't know. MSO, this is funny. MSO in the Rumble chat was trying to write sweat that $35, but he was writing in all caps, so he didn't realize that he hit sweat that %. And then he wrote later in the thing there, 35. Yeah, I am sweating that 35. Believe me, we need to get that fucking number down to 0. And we need to be, I mean, those goals are specifically put in place to make us just break even. I'm not asking for any more than we need. Don't dox me, bros, with $5. Thank you very much. Don't dox me, bro, with the 5. We're an even 30 away from this morning. Yeah, I do appreciate you guys taking care of the ugly part of this program. Chad Buzamok says, he said, oh man, you can tell Chad Buzamok isn't from the Midwest. He says, do a Maynard's live stream. It's Menards, asshole. That's how you spell it. Sorry, Chad Buzamok. It's just that, you insulted something very near and dear to my heart. I had to clarify. So yeah, Nikki Haley really helping out the Trump campaign by trying to bow down to liberal media outlets and go, no, you guys don't understand. Like, here's what I don't understand about Republicans going on those shows and trying to be like friendly and like I'm one of the good ones, is that you go on there and you think, what, these people are just going to all of a sudden start liking you and treating you fairly? No. They're just going to enjoy that you came there to bend over for them. That's it. Hooters Girl says, you were supposed to eat surströmming for my last VIP I paid for, but never did it. Do anything for it. Did I not do it? I'll do it tonight. I'll go get it. I'll go to the if I said I'll do it and you paid, I'll go do it. Nana's Clam says, time to review salaries and other expenditures. Fuck, dude, don't say that. Like, obviously, if we miss goals and shit regularly, that's part of the business. I have to do that. Just like when advertisers started dropping off. Yeah, that's true. I had to cut not only things, but people because we just couldn't afford it anymore because the advertising was, when we started this, it was advertising pays for the staff. And that it barely does now. So yeah, don't bring shit like that up because that's a little too real, brother. Gabby Tulsard with $4.99 says, ask not what Steel Toe can do for you, but what you can do for Steel Toe. Yes, there you go, Gabby Tulsard. Well, what we do for you is do a 4.5-hour show every morning. We're $30 away. Appreciate it. Cut back on the hash browns, says Chevy fan. Nana's Clam says, LOL, pulling your leg, but that is how business works. I know, believe me. And if I get to that point, I will. I've had to make difficult decisions before. I don't want to. Hooters Girl says, I would love to watch Matt eat that shit. Oh, he would. He would. Matt would do that for sure. All right, guys, knock out that last $30. We got 15 minutes to do it. We are going to have to beg you again. A city council meeting in Alabama, sir, ended abruptly after they started getting questions about their influx of Haitian refugees. Now, this is like central Minnesota getting a shitload of Somalis years and years ago. How the fuck they pick these shitty southern towns to put a bunch of Haitian immigrants in, I'll never understand. Unless
they want this to happen.
Yeah, unless it's to do it on purpose. Like what they did in central Minnesota, in my opinion, was they put those Somalis in there so that it would change things from red to blue out here. And they've done a pretty decent job, but they've also lost a lot of the college population, and that's very blue. And I think a lot of these Democrats are going to start turning these old school Muslims into Republicans eventually, because a lot of them have businesses. They don't want their taxes being too high. And a lot of them don't go for like LGBTQ shit. So with your social and your fiscal policies, you might end up running these people off. It's possible. But I do think that these small towns are purposely like targeted for this influx of migrants because they want to kind of change up the demographics a little bit. And then people get mad at people in those towns for saying things like the great replacement could be a real thing. I mean,
it's hard to say that there isn't a fire when there's a lot of smoke. Like whether or not you're intending a great replacement, you are kind of doing one.
That strip mall area that's by Pantown Brewing. Look at that 30 years ago. Look at it now, and what's there and what's not and what is. It has been replaced.
I'll say this. Everything there is totally halal. And,
it is halal. But, you know, the problem is...
I have not been to the New York Euro.
I know that it's all halal, but the problem with me is, Johnny, I ain't no halal back girl.
Problem with me is I pull out of my street and those guys don't know how to drive.
Wild card with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. God, guys, we are getting there. God, you're going to give me a fucking heart attack. $25 away from hammering it at 25. Let's get that 25 done in 13 minutes. We're going longer. Like, I know the haters of the show go, you're taking longer and longer to get to your goals. Quit pointing out things that I already fucking know. That's the thing. They'll be like, it's taking you longer and longer to get. Yeah, it is. And it fucking, believe me, I feel it every fucking day. You think I think this is quality overtime? No, because I'm having to keep one eye on money and one eye on doing a show. So, again, please help us knock out this last 25. I would be grateful. Let's check out this clip of an Alabama city council ending their meeting because too many people were talking about Haitian immigrants.
Do we know where the individuals we're discussing are coming from? Where their point of origin is?
Yeah, they're coming from Haiti, you know, a place with rampant crime and pretty much no government and human suffering as far as the eye can see. What's your point?
I think some cannibalism, too, just a little bit.
A little bit of cannibalism when you don't have any dirt cookies?
Because you're treating them like lawful U.S. citizens, which they are not.
Okay, so I'm going to cut it off because we've had 3 people to come up. I'm going to cut it off because we have no reason, again, we have no reason to launch an investigation or to treat people differently because of how they look. There's no reason for it.
Who said that?
Well, that's just what I'm saying. I just said that. Tiffany just said that.
Okay,
so
I didn't say that.
But I said it. But there's no reason for us.
So wait,
to
because she's racist, we can't.
Yeah,
into this
because you say it's happening. That's a great gig. I mean, if you can just say what reality is and then treat it that way.
Because you say it's racist, we can't look into who these people are. I mean, again, background checks on people who just showed up here. I kind of feel like that's a decent thing to do.
Aren't these the same people who say that if you want to buy a fucking gun, there should be a background check?
These are the same people that say you shouldn't be able to buy a fucking gun. And even if you should, like, you should be on a list and the government should know who you are. And this is the same government that says, hey, if you do something we don't like, we immediately take away your right to own a gun. But by the way, these people can just show up. We have no idea who they are, don't we?
But if you're from a third world shithole that's rampant with crime and we don't know who the fuck you are, come on in. We got a hotel room for you. It'll be fine.
Any further
These individuals came from Haiti.
Are valid concerns that we need to have valid concerns, Laura. People come here all the time. We visit Birmingham. We visit other.
Haiti is a failed state.
Did she just compare people from that town in Alabama visiting Birmingham to people from Haiti coming to small town USA? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
We get people from all over here all the time. One time, a person from California moved here. Like, yes, but there's a vast difference between an American citizen moving from one state to another and a person from another country coming here with, again, the guy isn't saying he can't be here. Right. The guy isn't saying remove them. The guy is saying, do we know anything about these people we've just taken in?
Yeah. Well, sometimes folks come here from up California way. I don't see no problems with that.
Their president was assassinated in 2021. There is no way the State Department can vet these individuals.
We're done, and I'm going to access him
on. Please let him talk.
You shut up. I was very specific. Okay, I'm going to ask.
Whoa!
Oh, it's getting saucy.
Holy shit.
Shut up. Please let him talk.
Go back to that. I like these bitches are getting after it. Old white lady versus black lady. You can't tell me there's no race involved there.
We're done, and I'm gonna access him.
Please let him talk.
You shut up. I was very specific. Okay, I'm gonna ask all of you to leave because this meeting is over. If having no other further business, I need a motion to adjourn. All right, second. Second. All in favor?
Dude, did that guy shrink during the session?
Right?
That suit is way too big.
This is our city, not
Oh, shit. The old white lady's like, this is our city, not their city. Oh, fuck. Why would you put Haitian migrants in a town like this? Like, it's not.
Because you want this to happen.
Right. That's exactly it, unfortunately.
There's an election coming. We got to paint anybody who might be conservative as a racist. So we got to have a whole bunch of racist shit happen in generally conservative areas.
Pretty much.
This is our city. Can you just say that we can't speak, that we have no word? I'm from Southern California.
What would you like us to do?
I know what I'd like you to do. Let the people who came to speak.
And address their concerns about what's being done to ascertain the backgrounds of the people that you're adding to our community.
Yeah.
To cut off public debate in the middle of a meeting is a violation of the law, by the way.
What they're gonna do is they're gonna spend our tax money. That's
There's the one black guy going, fuck, man, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
I ain't getting involved in any of this.
He's smiling.
They speak French. Our teachers will be able to educate the children that speak French. We're gonna have
They speak French. Are we going to be able to educate the children if they speak French? That's a fair point.
Right? They have a lot of valid concerns.
Yeah, these are just a bunch of like angry people listing valid reasons why this might be a problem for the community. Uh-oh, where's she going? I just worry a lot of these people start wandering off. They might be causing trouble. I mean, it's not racist to go, I'd like to know where these people are coming from.
Yeah. Especially considering the place they're coming from is kind of in chaos. I mean, you don't know who you're getting out of that if you don't look into it at all.
Right. Right. I mean, all right, guys. $25 away. Looks like we're shutting her down early to ask you to knock out the rest of our gold today.
Dead Game says they added a third to the town overnight. If that's true.
No. They did not add a third to their population. Dead Games has 20,000 of them in one town. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Well, then, holy shit.
Yeah, no wonder they're pissed off.
I get it. I understand. 20,000. Chad Buzamok, very funny, says, check Venmo. Shut up. I always will. $25 away, guys. Let's knock it out. Come on. We've done a fucking good show for you today. We've had a lot of people here, 1,100 at a time. We appreciate that. I just want to, keep the show going. That's all. MSO says another win for MSO. I mean, in 5.5 minutes, if we don't make $25, I think this is a win for MSO anyway, because I'm debasing myself again to try and make the money we need to keep this fucking show on the air. I just wish the people who joined us recently and enjoy the show every day, I wish they'd throw in a couple of bucks, and some of you do, and I really appreciate that. But again, yeah, it's just a show that needs a ridiculous amount of money and has to do a ridiculous amount of shows to fucking stay on the air. And it's worked for about 4 years now, which is great. And I'd like to continue going as we continue to dig out of the shit pit. Coyote with $4.99 says, thank you very much. Oh, he didn't say anything with it. $20 away, guys. 5 minutes to go. It's $20. Let's do the fucking thing. Ollie becoming a member for 16 months says, keep your chin up, buddy. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate it. Let's continue on. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, come on, everyone. Let's go. Everyone send in $5. There you go, buddy. 15 away from knocking this out and saying a big thank you before we get out of here. We got 5 minutes left. Chevy Fan says, imagine 20,000 Citizen M's. I think if this Rumble studio thing if it works as well as people say it does, I I think that could be a nice little solution, or at least help. $15 away. Come on, help out everybody. $5. 4 minutes left. Nana's Clam says, "Why though? Why is your show so much more expensive than its peers?" I'll level with you because I made really fucking good money on radio. I had 3 kids. I had developed a life that I can't untie myself from. Therefore, that plus paying Johnny, plus paying Matt, plus paying taxes, plus paying all that stuff, we do it the right way. And it's very fucking expensive. And I apologize for that every fucking day. I apologize every day when I prostrate in front of you and ask you for your money. I want to keep doing it. And if we do a good enough job and you guys support it, we can keep doing it. And if not, message will be received and, we'll figure something else out. But $15 away, throw in a couple of bucks. It doesn't hurt. $1 from Deranged Lunatic says, "Are you sweating gravy, fat boy?" No, this is just shame. I'm dirty. I'm gross. I'm a filthy e-beggar. And days like this, the show is great. The show is awesome. Like, I have no qualms about the quality of show we did today. We gave you a superior product, but I hate this part. I don't like this part. $15 away. Help us knock it out. We appreciate your generosity. 2.5 minutes left. Fucking, it's 15 for Christ's sake. It's a number on paper at this point, but I'd like to hit it. I always feel used and gross when I do the 30 minutes and we don't knock it out. Marsha, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate that. 10, guys. It's fucking 10. This is already a win for MSO, by the way. Yeah. There is no way I'm calling this a win. This has been like begging to the extreme. This is embarrassing, and I apologize. Whatever. This is why whores typically ask for money up front, says Mad Move. That's a good point.
Yeah, but they know what they're selling.
Right, exactly. Minute 45, $10 away. Oh, fucking gross. This is going to be all over the place today. Oh, look at how bad they suck. I know. Fucking, and over $10, too. But that's the spot we put ourselves in, unfortunately. $10 away, guys. Minute and a half to do it. 2 of you throw in 5. Let's get it done. Red Fox Mad with $9.99. All right, throw in $3. All right, that's fine. No, that's good. That's a win. It's over. We'll count that 7 as 10 and get the fuck out of here. There you go. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Appreciate your contribution. Let's get out of here. I got to go shame shower myself off from all the begging I had to do. It's great show, though. Like, quality entertainment. Awesome show. I'm so proud of the show we did today. Johnny did awesome today. He did a great job. You guys are the best. Thank you for what you're able to do to support this show. Crowder wears panties with $5, says the toe will survive. Copperhead with 5 says, here you go. Yeah, we knocked it out today. We got there. It took till the last minute, but we got there, and I appreciate that. Johnny, thanks again.
Thank you.
You're going to be on again at 2 p.m. Central Time on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Just Kidding LLC.
So, yep, Just Kidding LLC at 2 p.m. I'll see you all there.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a great rest of your day.